What's up, you purposeless sacks of biological sludge going nowhere in the middle of nowhere? Yep. So yes, it continues. It continues. Purposeless persuasion, purposeless debate, purposeless sounds coming out of your mouths. These people continue their failure at confronting the entailment of their view. They don't have any philosophical sense to them. They got problems. Actually, problems don't exist under their view. So yeah, these people think this small engagement that I had with Dummy Dave, not a Professor Dave. First of all, they keep thinking it's a debate. It's not a debate. I would love to debate him in a moderated setting. But the exchange, just me asking simple questions, these people are losing their mind. They're losing their mind. They think that if you ask a simple question, it means that you get wrecked or something. Well, we're going to watch. We're going to see Planet Peterson. I didn't watch any of this. We're going to see that if he can defend the non-answers. We're going to see if he's learning anything. We're going to see if there's any atheists. I've already met a couple, about 3 of them, that not only commented, but one of them even wrote me and said, "No, you didn't get any answers from Dave. You actually got no answers." So, can they give answers? They can't give answers. And we're just sitting here waiting. They think that reasserting the claim is an answer. It's not. So, let's see if Planet Peterson can do it. I'm going to say probably not, based on the title. Professor Dave destroys Capital Jim Bob. There was nothing to destroy. I literally asked some questions.
Fuck yeah. Hey!
Jim Bob might be the only person that I've ever seen in doing these breakdowns that's actually getting worse at understanding it. On Saturday, after my...
By what standard?
Procedure, I was in the recovery room, and it was super early in the morning. I woke up at like 5 in the morning, couldn't fall back asleep. And Professor Dave had uploaded a video where he was debunking or addressing Jay Dyer, who, look, somebody in the world has to be the stupidest philosopher, and that's obviously Jay Dyer. So watch that.
Dude.
That video.
It's amazing.
And it was really funny. Now, Jim Bob is in that video, and I emailed Professor Dave after watching it and just told him, like, hey, so Jay Dyer, he's obviously like a presuppositionalist clown. He doesn't do science stuff, but Jim Bob has been on a crusade on his own to try to debate and debunk evolution.
Uh-huh.
So, take a look at Jim Bob in the future if you ever want to do anything related to his
Oh, I see. So Peterson tried to call a hit out, right?
Evolution takes. And then
what are my evolution? These people can't even steel man the evolution takes. Peterson, you can't even steel man it, dude. You don't even know what the evolution take is from my perspective. You know what my take is? I'm still trying to understand what it is you guys are actually claiming is happening.
Funny enough, I didn't really need to send that email because then just later that day, this is on the Myth Vision podcast, they did a live stream and they invited Dave up, and then Jim Bob joined as if I didn't already know that I was a prophet. So has Jim Bob learned anything? Has he learned to ask even a remotely good question about evolution?
What's a remotely good question, Peterson? How is it not a good question to ask this? Does random mutation, the process, random mutation, you call random mutation, does that produce things like the brain? You tell me how that's a bad question.
Well, let's find out.
Do you hold that random mutation does produce mechanisms like that over time?
Yes.
That's a good question. Is that a bad question?
They're talking about penises, by the way. Penis is going to be said, I don't know, 50.
Yeah, that's funny. It's funny to get him to talk about penises and how they grow over the course of the evolutionary narrative book, the book that they wrote.
Times.
The mutation can produce new morphology, new functionality, obviously.
Okay, so that if it's true that a population that didn't have a penis through random mutation over time did eventually produce a fully functioning penis.
Yeah, over time and over many morphological iterations, right? It's not like no ability for sexual reproduction and then a fully formed human penis, right?
That's right. But kind of yes, though, at the same time. There's not a fully formed, whatever that means under the evolutionary view. This is why they're philosophically retarded, because there's no fully formed anything. Because nothing has purpose. You can't say something's fully formed from the evolutionary view. That would assume that it's complete, that it's fulfilled its growth and its process. It's fulfilled its purpose for what it's for, right? But there is no what it's for. That's the point, dude. They don't understand the problem they're in. There is no fully formed anything.
That's not how it works.
Okay, but the process from no penis to penis that you
So it's not me. He's frozen on the stream, and I think he remains frozen the whole time.
have now, is that functional the whole time in between A and B? Or is it?
Yes. Okay, so here, I write about this in my book, Facts That Aren't, or Rational Answers. Wrong book.
Oh, you wrote about it in your book. Let me guess. You're going to grant yourself the functionality of an existing penis, and you're going to say that penis developed into different ways.
Rational answers to stupid questions. Hey, part 2 is coming out on this in a couple of weeks, so I'll make it so you can't possibly not know it. I'll unbearably plug it. But anyways, I've watched a good chunk of this, so keep this in mind because I'm pretty certain that this is what's going on. Jim Bob is incapable of understanding that you take any organism, we're focusing on humans, I guess, but you take humans, we evolved over time, which means some of the traits we have.
That's what's in question, you dumb shit. You know what Jim Bob doesn't understand is we evolved over time. The thing that he's questioning how to justify. You know what I'm saying? So let me help you guys understand what Jim Bob doesn't understand. What he doesn't seem to grasp is what I'm asserting, the thing that I'm trying to defend, happened. So let me hear it again. Okay.
Humans, we evolved over going on.
Okay.
Jim Bob is incapable of understanding.
He's understanding what? What am I incapable of understanding?
That you take any organism, we're focusing on humans, I guess, but you take humans.
You take humans. You just take them, right? You just have humans. You just grant yourself humans. And what you do is, according to Peterson's methodology, is what?
We evolved over time.
Oh, you just assert the thing in question. Okay, so, okay, I'm great. I'm so glad we started there, Peterson. Well, that clears it all up. Okay, so you take what we see as humans. We evolved over time. Okay? We evolved from not humans. And everything appendage we have came from something similar, but eventually, if you go back far enough in time, not that. Okay, you start with that. Okay, good. We're with you, Peterson.
Which means some of the traits we have were different in the past.
What does that mean? You're literally telling a story, doofus. That means some of the traits we have were different in the past. What does that mean? That means nothing. Does that mean your trait to smell was different in the past? Does that mean your liver different how? Does it do the same function? Is there any purpose to it in the past? What is it in the past if it's not itself? What are all of these things you're talking about if they're not the things you're talking about? They're different how? Do they do the same thing?
But that's because we didn't exist in the past.
We didn't exist in the past. These people are so gone. He just proved my point, the violation of the law of identity. The thing you're referring to that's changing doesn't exist. The trait that you're pointing to didn't exist. We didn't exist. Yeah, you see what the problem is that we didn't exist in the past. But we're the continuation of a previous thing that existed, but that thing didn't exist in the past either. Do you guys understand how philosophically insane this sounds? They don't even have reference for anything. They have nothing to point to. They're the same.
But that's because
Listen,
we evolved over time, which means
we evolved over time. We didn't exist in the past. Hey, Peterson, are you watching? We evolved over time. We didn't exist in the past. That's a contradiction. You're in a blatant contradiction. You can't say we evolved over time, we didn't exist in the past, okay? You can't have those two.
means some of the traits we have were different in the past.
We didn't exist in the past, we evolved over time. The traits that we have now were different in the past. That means the things today didn't exist in the past. What are we talking about? Would they give you extra morphine in the hospital?
But that's because we didn't exist in the past. When humans had...
We evolved over time. We didn't exist in the past. When did you start existing, Peterson? You see the problem? You have to exist to evolve. You can't say we exist and we evolve, but we didn't exist. It's incoherent, dude.
Had 1/8 the penis. Well, see, and even I'm screwing up. Humans never had 1/8 of the penis that we have.
I understand. You think that there's a thing before us that had a penis. And it was fully formed. Guess what? That just kicks the bucket down the road, dummy. Yeah, I understand. You think we're an iteration with everything we have is just from something else that already had it all. This is the same problem when I ask, where does rattlesnake fangs and venom come from? You know what I get? From something else that had it already. Yeah, that's called endless regress. You straight up morons. That's because the fully formed penis that has workable testes and function, that's parallel to the vagina, and they work in conjunction, that's because we already inherited all of that. It didn't evolve. We inherited it. See, this is the problem. They mix up evolve as in produced and inherited. Something has to be produced to inherit it. They say, how do you get this production? I ask, how do you get this production? They say it already was on the assembly line. We just inherited it. Okay. So how do you distinguish what was produced and what's inherited then? And then they have to say both. It's both.
When we were the life form that had a...
When we were non-existing, see what I'm saying? He caught himself. He caught himself. Listen to that. He's actually close. But instead of investigating it from a philosophical view, he's doubling down. He just said we didn't exist in the past.
Had 1/8 of the penis that we have. When we were,
whoopsie, when we were, wait a second, that doesn't make sense according to Peterson, and it doesn't make sense to me. So what are you referring to if it's not we? When we were... Oh, whoops, we didn't exist then. Now I have to invent another previous thing that we are? But we're not. We're not that. We come from that, but we're not that. When we were... Yeah, totally. Okay, so he caught himself. When we were, whoops, he already just denied that the thing existed in the past to evolve. I don't know. I literally can't talk about things because I deny the law of identity.
A form that had a different kind of organ, whether it's our brains, our hands, our feet, or our wings, whatever. When those were different, we were...
When those were different, what does that mean, you gibberating idiot? Different how? Did they serve the same function? What are they if they're not their function? When wings weren't wings, when brains weren't brains.
Different organisms. The way Jim Bob views this is, look, you have the human, and it has its organs with a particular morphology, and they have a particular function. If those organs have a different morphology, then that doesn't work.
No, that's not even the argument, dummy. I'm getting wrecked so hard. You don't have any arguments. You couldn't possibly defend anything you believe against me. That's why you need other daddies for you. You can't get wrecked on a topic if you believe that there's no proper use or function of the brain, reclaimer. There's nothing more I need from these people than their admission that their own brain hasn't the purpose of thinking. You're too dumb to understand the consequences.
No, humans have always had human penises. We've always had human brains. Pick any organ. When they came in different forms, those were different organisms that are our ancestors.
See what I'm saying? Yeah, I know. I know what you think. You think there's a previous ancestor that has these developed organs that do a thing, right? The question is, how does random mutation produce? How do you produce the thing? He says, no, you're confused. It doesn't produce a thing. It comes from something else. So look, if I asked, how do humans get these fully functioning, highly precise organisms that do hyper-specific functions and tasks, and you say, we just got them from the previous people. Things, not even people. We got them from the previous people. I understand that's what you believe. But that doesn't get you out of the problem, Peterson, because if you ask the same question about those things, eventually you need to tell me the process in the factory, how it initially creates these highly specialized, task-oriented functions. You don't. You just simply say, we got them. They already existed.
That's what's going on here. There's also a slightly different version of it that maybe we'll get into later, but that's what's going on.
Partially functional? Is it non-functional and then it's functional, or?
No, it's almost certainly functional at all times. Yeah, you could.
Yeah, so it has purpose. But then he says it doesn't have purpose. How can something be functional, right, from this biological perspective and not serve a purpose to the body if you're arguing it's kept around and or let's say it survives against natural selection because it serves a purpose? They're constantly denying purpose and then assuming purpose as the reason, ironically, for things to be kept around.
You can have different kinds of penises. You know that there are different kinds of penises in the animal kingdom, right?
No, that's what's in question, dummy. Every time you ask them how X develops from not itself, they say, there are these things. Yeah. How did we get the penis in biology? Penises exist. Penises exist. I'm smart. I'm Dave. When someone asks me, how does random mutation produce a penis? His answer is, penises exist. And Peterson thinks this is a good answer.
Right, but the thing is, if there's different kinds of penises, then you would hold that the penis that we have now is just a temporary penis. Like, is it on its way to being a different penis over time through success?
You're giggling, but that's the entailment, Peterson. In fact, I got some Evo proponents to admit that through random mutation, it could be the case that the penis could actually develop into something else entirely in its function, completely. Yeah, dude. Reclaimer doesn't think when he talks. He really doesn't think. He's like in a demonic state of just reactivity. Like he doesn't think about what he's saying. So you have to treat him like he's wearing a helmet indoors, okay?
Probably. I mean, I don't know what a different kind of penis means, but like in a
Exactly, Peterson. Now you're getting it. There has to be something that's not quite the penis for the penis to evolve into its functioning identity, what it does. What is that? Oh, it's probably some other proto-penis thing. Well, dude, you guys just fundamentally don't want to engage with the question I'm asking and giggle it away when really it's a foundational question for evolution itself. Evolution has to posit that all of the appendages and things that do things accidentally on our bodies, all of it is accidentally produced for no real purpose, but it's accidentally useful. You have to believe that random mutation was the factory line that made these things, that formed their shapes, where they're placed, where they're not placed, how they interact with other things. You have to hold that random mutation is a process that developed the city of the body with all of its different roads and side streets and buildings and operating systems. You have to believe that random mutation is the accidental architecture. That's going to be the name of the graphic novel that I write, just ripping apart this stupid evolutionary view. Accidental architect. It's absurd.
a million years from now, what? Oh, for crying out loud.
See, he's got to say it. He's got to say, just say it, Peterson. A million years from now, the penis could very well be totally something not what it is, right?
A million years from now, will it be shaped differently?
No, not shaped differently. You squirmy little egghead. Functionally different, not shaped different, functionally. There's no direction of keeping function. There is no direction or task or intention of keeping function.
Yeah, maybe. Dave brings up a pretty good point, which is that penises in the animal kingdom come in such a bizarre and wide range of varieties that this actually is pretty devastating for the anti-evolutionist.
No, it's not, dummy, because that's actually worse for you. These people are, they really are. They think that if there's a variety of the things, that means they represent stages. This is not even rational thinking. Think about this. This is Dave's argument back, right? This is what all of these dummies think is a counter argument. I'm asking for the development mechanism for the penis. He says there's a lot of different penises. No, that makes it worse for you, dude. It doesn't follow, Planet Peterson, that if there's a lot of variations of a hyper-specialized functional thing called a penis, you have to now explain how random mutation produced a variety of a hyper-specific function. He thinks that if you point to a lot of penises, that means you're pointing to different stages in development. No, it's worse for you. It's worse for you. Why is it worse? I'll say it again. That means random mutation at different time scales, different time periods, produced accidentally a wide variety of things that produce the same exact function, accidentally.
If a penis can only work if it is structured in a certain way, then why is it that there are like a million different versions of them?
That's not an argument. Then why? Are you freaking serious, dude? Then why? Listen to his argumentation.
Why is it that there are like a
Listen to this question. Listen to this question.
A penis can only
If a penis
work if it is structured in a certain way.
If a penis can only work if it's structured in a certain way, why are there so many different penises? Yeah, that actually goes to my view that denying the purposeful function of the penis is irrational when you contrast it with how many different animals produced it from your view.
Then why is it that there are like a million different versions of them?
Because they serve a very specific function, which means that they have some type of purpose. I could ask the same thing, dummy. If random mutation in the animal kingdom produced a variation of hyperspecific functions, but you deny hyperspecific functions, why are there so many different hyperspecific versions of a penis? Brain rot, dude. Brain rot.
Because they all serve the same function. They are receptacles for passing.
No, you deny function, dude. There's no purpose. He's literally arguing the view right now. He's literally saying that because they all serve a function. Well, no. If they all serve a function, that means the function is dictated by the information already existing in the organism to do the thing. Can you believe this guy? Yeah, dude, this is so embarrassing.
Function. They are receptacles for passing on gametes.
But that's purposeless, right? It didn't evolve for that purpose, right? Do you see how insane this is? You have to, Peterson, hold that the variety of different types of forms that do the same specific task is an accidental task. That's an accidental outcome, that they are receptacles, that they actually serve the very necessary for life, necessary existing specific function of being a receptacle or being the deliverer. This is accidental.
A female spotted hyena accidentally developed increased extremely high testosterone production to randomly produce its mutant vagina penis.
Yep.
Now, why is it why is it so different? Well,
why is it so different? No, not different. Why do all of the animals that exist produce, from your view, randomly produce from a process that was random? How does it produce hyper-specialized variation of the same function?
Because the anatomy and the morphology of different species is all different. And look, for any particular...
Well, no. The thing is, when you look at different species, you notice this is why going to, instead of morphology of the silhouette of an animal, right?
There's a million different penises, and I want to try them all. Peterson probably.
They look at evolution. Even look at the March of Progress meme. It's a silhouette of evolution. They're using a silhouette. But no, dude, you don't look at the silhouette. That's the morphology. You have to look at the specific functions across animals. They have similar functions. Wings have similar functions. Eyeballs, similar functions across the animal kingdom. Livers, whatever it is you're pointing to, have similar functions. He thinks, oh, there's a variety of morphology. Well, no, from your view, there's a morphology of the silhouette of the animals. But if you hold the view that there's a morphology internally of schemas, body plans, not only the plans, a plan, think of a plan. You take these different parts and you put them in a body, and the different parts don't change what they are. You take a liver, you could make a game of this. You could make a game where you organize a different type of animal based on the universality of each of its parts: an arm, a leg, a wing, eyeballs, mouth, teeth. And you could place them in the animal and say, look at that different animal. But what you don't do is you never violate what the function of those things are. You never violate that. You just put them in different places. But they don't do different things. You wouldn't call a liver if it didn't do what a liver did. That's why you call it a liver. Its universal term is tied inextricably to its purpose. The thing you deny.
Species, it could have been some different way. It's just that our anatomy developed the way it did.
Okay.
That's what's in question. You see what they do? The anatomy developed the way it did.
If the universe is meaningless, then the criteria used to define something as correct or incorrect is also
right.
meaningless.
That's right.
That would make the criteria for correctness and incorrectness interchangeable and arbitrary. So
That's
there
right.
would be no way to objectively determine if anything, including your brain, is being used correctly.
That's right.
Okay, but from that view, a penis and a vagina did evolve independently through a time frame, right?
Not really independently.
No, they definitely co-evolved.
Co-evolve. Yeah, that's the thing. It makes it. That's why I'm asking these questions. They think these are just simple questions. No, these are questions for them to plant their feet in, like cement, like drying cement. That's how I operate. I want them to step in this drying cement. The reason I ask this question is that if he affirms, like Peterson did, that everything co-evolves, then you have a larger mathematical probability problem from random mutation. If random mutation is the mechanism that accidentally produces hyper-specialized functions and organs, you have to argue that random mutation also developed these hyper-specialized functions parallel at the same time as other specialized functions. And the more specialized functions you add or you locate in the body, the more you have to say that randomly produced. And by the way, there are relationships. What's a relationship? How do you justify a relationship? This is a larger philosophical problem of related things that are otherwise unrelated. Relationship isn't even something that's identical to the parts. Relationship, cause, like communication, for lack of a better term, between parts. That has to be accidental.
Because they are structures that are linked to similar genes, right? We're talking about embryonic development going one way or another way, depending on when certain genes are expressed.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to understand is that if random mutation is the mechanism that...
And what's an expression of a gene? Is there a proper one toward function or not? He grants himself genes, and then he says genes get expressed. And if a gene expresses something like a webbed foot, he thinks that that's the foundation for the assembly line that might lead to something else. But that's insane. Now, if I had a debate with this guy, isolating something like the webbed foot, the question of evolution is not whether or not a foot that you granted yourself through random mutation exists, that gets web in between its fingers or its bones. The question isn't whether or not you could, in the here now, imagine how that could be advantageous. That's not what's in question. What's in question is, does that web ever grow out and turn into something completely different than itself?
Begins the path, like the critical path toward a functioning thing.
This is something that Jim Bob does that's really annoying.
Let's do some meta.
Comes into a debate saying blank is false and
This isn't a debate.
I can prove it, and then spends most of the time saying
I didn't say anything was false and I can prove it, you prick. Nobody said that. I didn't say I can come in and prove anything. I'm doing an internal critique. You lying scumbag.
Well, look, I'm just trying to understand blank. It's like, no, wait, I thought you had a very strong position that blank was false.
No, I have a very strong position that it's unjustified. I can say colloquially it's false because it's unjustified, but I'm demonstrating that you guys can't answer these questions in a meaningful way. You just assert the thing. You just say it happened. You just say gene expression means that fully formed organisms with related organs that do things, hyper-specialized things, are accidental. That's your view.
Thing like in this case, a penis and a vagina. It sounds like you're saying between A, not having a penis or a vagina, and B, two different organisms having functional penises and vaginas, there's a lot of in between that has to have fully function that's advantageous in between, right? In between.
Yes.
Evos can't explain why bats develop sonar and didn't just develop hypersensitive eyes. They have to say it's an accident, Sterling. There's no reason why anything developed, actually. There's no reason why any sort of gene expression leads to super functional task-oriented organs that do anything. I mean, think about it. When you look at something that does anything, imagine denying that there's purpose in what it does. Like, you've just lost the ability to have meaning about the thing you're talking about. They believe exactly that organisms which accidentally co-evolved these hyperspecific functions are most likely to survive, and the coincidence is possible because millions of years. Yeah.
There's no such thing as a partially formed organism or a half-formed organism. Again, when...
Yeah, well, that means there's no such thing as a formed organ then. That's my freaking point, bro. How do these people not understand what I'm critiquing? They literally say it out of their mouths, what I'm critiquing. They literally barf it out. Peterson, you're not going to engage with this. You're not going to engage at all with this, but if organisms are never fully formed or partially formed, if that's an illusion, right? Yes, I agree from your view that is true. But that's true about organs themselves. You can't say an organ is fully formed. You can't say it is what it is. You can't say that. You can't refer to the thing that it is. Sending this super chat because Suzanne told me to, LOL. JK. Jim Bob exposing the Professor Dave meltdown is the best thing on YouTube. It really is right now, for now.
Doesn't have to be the wiener, but pick any organ that humans currently have that we see in the animal kingdom. At different points in the past, it was different, but that's because in the past, we didn't exist. Some other organism that is an ancestor of us exists.
Now take that argument, bozo, and apply it to organs. Then you'll understand my argument, you freak. And if you're having trouble in the audience listening, trying to follow what I'm arguing, because it is a bit philosophical, but listen to what he said and apply it to organs. Watch.
It was different, but
listen.
But pick any organ that humans currently have that we see in the animal kingdom. At different points in the past, it was different, but
it was different.
That's because in the past, we didn't exist.
We didn't exist in the past.
Some other organism that is
an
ancestor of us exists.
Now take that position to the organs. If you say we didn't exist, what I'm arguing, Peterson, is that if you take the approach that we didn't exist and we're the product of this morphology, then the thing you're pointing to inside the body also must be true that it didn't exist. He said wiener. Do you understand? Do you guys understand? They presuppose almost platonic sense of these organs kind of floating around and then adopting a body sack without understanding that if you say humans didn't exist the way they did in the past, then you have to say that about a heart and a liver and a brain and everything else, right? Yes, right. And now, if that's right, if that's true, if you're going to bite the bullet there, which you have to, then you have to say what a thing isn't actually what it is in the past. So you have to deny the function of the thing, which you do. If we are not what we are based on morphology, our silhouette in the past, and we come from a different form, and all of our organs come from a different form, then all of the organs also you have to say didn't exist at some point in the past. That's my point. You have to generate through random mutation the organs to begin with. And you guys can't do it. Organs are parts of systems in the body, right? What are they if they're not part of the body? So does the organ accidentally form it first, or did the system that requires the organ? Yeah, chicken and the egg is really something endless regress for everything, for all of it. Every organ, everything. This is like totally, this is actually game over for them, and they really don't know why or how. They just don't know. They're not thinking about it.
And so it has a different anatomy. It has a different morphology.
Anatomy assumes that it has its functioning organs, dude.
It has a different behavior. So yes,
Nature. This is nominalism. This is the idea. These people don't realize they're Hindus. He's saying that the very thing that is itself is not itself, and then it becomes itself. But he can't tell me when. When you say, Peterson, it has a different nature, you have to tell me that that nature somehow is superseded with another nature or ceases to exist, and a new nature arises from a non-nature, from a tweaked nature. They're meophysites, but for organisms. They develop third natures of things. There's a previous nature and a current nature, but the current nature is still tied to the previous nature, but it's not the previous nature. So it's like this synthesized third nature. Peterson doesn't understand that it's from his own philosophy. He actually can't affirm a nature at all. Listen to what he says.
That is an ancestor of us exists. And so it has a different anatomy. It has a different morphology. It has a different behavior. So yes, it goes through structural
Yeah, that's a different nature altogether.
changes, and that's fine. It's fully functional. Again, the way Jim Bob...
It's fully functional. You just contradicted yourself, dude. You just said there is no fully developed anything. How can you know something's fully functional then, dummy? You're in a contradiction. You're just surrounded with retards who don't tell you and help you out, Peterson. You just contradicted yourself, dude. You just said you can't know. There's no fully formed human. There's no fully formed anything. And yet here you are saying fully functional. How do you say something's fully functional?
So
how could you say from an evolutionary view something's fully functional if it has no purpose?
yes, it goes through structural changes, and that's fine. It's fully functional.
That's even incoherent. How can something fully functional go through structural changes? It's changing what the function is if it changes what it is. That's like looking at anything else that we see function for that has a purpose and a task and saying it's fully functional while it's changing its function. It's insanity.
Again, the way Jim Bob is thinking of this is, well, the human penis has this form and...
Yeah, fully functional, but not fully formed. Fully functional, but changing its function over time. That makes no sense. You can't say anything's fully anything. And you can't say something's properly functional. To say it's fully functional is to say it's properly functional, dweeb. You're actually agreeing with me that something that has function. Yeah, that has a function. That is to say, it serves a purpose, which you deny. You're agreeing with me. It's Dave, the one you're defending, dum-dum, who's saying, no, you actually couldn't say something's fully functional.
function. And so if it's different, if it's half...
Listen to this. Dude, this is crazy. Listen to what he said. He's not thinking.
This form and function.
Listen.
And so if it's...
Listen to what he's saying.
Changes, and that's fine. It's fully functional. Again, the way
it's fully functional, but it changes.
Bob is thinking of this is, well, the human penis has this form and function, and so if it's different, if it's half the size, or if it's shaped differently, then it wouldn't work.
I didn't say it wouldn't work. To say it works is to say it has function. It's like they're on drugs. You can't say it works. That's a function. That's a task. That means purpose, to say something works. properly. To say it works is to say, if it didn't work, it'd be working improperly. It works. So I didn't say a different kind of penis doesn't work. They fundamentally don't understand what I'm saying. If it's fully functional, wouldn't it have stopped evolving? It's done at that point? No, they kind of just go, well, no, it's more functional. It's like, no, they don't even believe in more functional. They don't believe in more evolved or less evolved. How can a door be more of a door? How does a thing be more of itself? How can you have more of an avocado? How can it be more of an avocado? The only thing you could say is efficiency, but that's not more of what it is. Efficiency. Like if you have anything that produces more efficiency, the thing itself maintains its identity. It gets better at doing a thing, and this is the defeater to these evolution conversations. Because there's two things happening. One is a mechanism or a tool does what it does, and it either does it better or worse. But it doesn't change what it is. In fact, the only way you could measure thinking, better or worse, accurate or not inaccurate, proper or improper, is if the thing, the brain, maintains what it is for what it does. To look at the liver and say, is the liver properly doing its thing? Are there better livers than other livers? Yes. Are they more livers than the other? Are they more liver-like? No. They're livers. And this is the philosophical collapse of this entire nonsense narrative of evolution. Because they have to hold, listen closely, none of them are going to engage with this. They have to hold that they could measure effectiveness of what a thing does. And that's why we have what we have, because it's effective, while maintaining that the thing itself changes. How could something become more effective at what it does if you hold that it also changes what it is? You guys should be locked up.
Imagining that a billion years ago there were humans, and our evolution has been, well, for all this time, our penises have been changing and nothing else has. Meanwhile, the females haven't changed at all. Well, that doesn't make any sense. You're right. That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't say humans, just female and male, dude. He thinks I'm just talking about humans. I'm not talking about humans, dude. I'm talking about the universality of a penis and a vagina, you dummy.
Sense, because that's not how it works, and that's not how anybody who understands.
Nothing works from your view. That's not how it works. That's to say that something works effectively and properly toward a certain direction.
It thinks that it works.
Between the two.
He didn't say, dude, it's crazy how they think they're saying something.
For the most part, but not entirely. Like I said, there are
He admits that it doesn't make sense, yeah. He says, no, that's not how it works. Guess what, Peterson? I'm asking you how it works. You notice how most of these people go, no, you're confused. That's not how it works. And I go, how does it work? And they never answer how it works.
organisms that exist today that can do both sexual and asexual reproduction. So
that still doesn't tell me anything. There are animals that can fly today. Does it follow that if I had a similar bone shape as a thing that flies today, that I'm going to grow wings? There are things today.
So obviously asexual reproduction evolved first.
Evolve first? How do you evolve asexual reproduction from not asexual reproduction?
All the way back with unicellular organisms and binary fission. And then with very simple animals, there are other things, parthenogenesis, there are budding, there are different ways of asexual reproduction. So very clearly, there were...
So very clearly, we grant ourselves sexual reproduction. And because there's asexual reproduction, and there are some animals that have both asexual and sexual reproduction, clearly sexual reproductions evolved randomly into fully formed, unique organisms that have to find each other in the woods. Clearly. Don't you get it? If I can point to this is how they evaluate fossils the same way. They say, look, something similar and has a similar function. Therefore, I can grant myself the jump that one turned into the other. Well, if it's still around today, if cell division is still doing the same thing, if all of these things are doing the same thing, they're still around. Why do they say we came from that thing? Why would they say? It's not even reasonable to say it. To say, look at the other ways in which animals and different animals reproduce. Look at all the ways, and look at the way we produce. How is it reasonable to point to other ways in which things reproduce and say that must have been our uncle? Like a long time ago, we came from that. Why would you say that? There's no reason to say that. Where'd the female gasm come from? Accidental.
Populations of animals that were able to asexually reproduce while mechanisms of sexual reproduction were evolving. And
Okay,
they're still around today.
In part 2,
They're still around today, yeah. But they're also not still around because some of them actually produced a successive generation away from itself. This is what you have to hold. This is what you have to hold in your head as an evolution proponent. That the earliest form of sexual reproduction, even if you said there's organisms that are asexual, sexual, they have both, that they're still around today, but they also are the reason that they diverted from themselves and produced, while maintaining their existence, produced offspring away from what they are to produce what we see today, but they're still around today. They just coexist. They just coexist with their great grandchildren, which are a completely different nature, by the way.
to rational answers to stupid questions, I actually tackle the claim of how could sexual reproduction have evolved. Specifically, I tackle evolution would mean you have to have a male and a female evolve simultaneously.
No. Well, the male and the female, you have to have a moment where that exists. You have to at least have a moment where that exists. So if everything from your perspective is asexual first, which Dave said, the process you're going to have to justify is how you go from asexual to sexual. And then how you go from sexual to distinct, right? Because Dave said, well, look, there's asexual, and then there's asexual and sexual. There are animals with asexual and sexual parts to abilities. So therefore, over time, that's all you're going to say. Over time, that's it. That's all you can say, over time.
In order for it to work, which is actually not the case. I don't want to give too much away, but I did some research into that, and it's actually really fascinating. You can trace how sexual reproduction exists before you have biological sexes, because sexual reproduction is just the union of different gametes, and that.
Yeah, you just grant yourself that. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute that they just also grant themselves that, right? Oh, sexual reproduction is just insert other mechanism that needs to be the product of evolution.
Currently goes on in organisms that don't have biological sex, and so it
See, same reasoning you're hearing from Peterson.
almost certainly predates biological sex.
Yeah, based on what? It almost certainly, they use terms like this, and it almost certainly, the fact that there's asexual, there's, hermaphrodites in nature, there's salamanders that reproduce asexually, right? It almost certainly is the case that predates it, and that's where we come from. How?
Which means it predates the penis and the vagina.
That's not saying anything, bro. You're literally not saying anything. It predates it. That doesn't tell me how you get the things, bro. How do you get the things? How do you get the things? just saying it predates it. It's like they get to imagine in their head what the process is of gaining these new things that are very specific in their function and what they do. Excuse me, I gotta draw.
As well.
Okay, so but in the early stages toward the pathway to what we have now as appendages, let's say a quarter of the way through the process, when Jay says a 1/8 of a nub, he's using rhetoric to visualize a penis or a vagina that's not what we see today, but on its way. Does that?
Yes, because when it was different, it belonged to a different species.
I know. That doesn't tell me how one species produces another one over time. Doesn't tell me how a flatworm that has a dick somehow leads to not a flatworm that has a dick. Peterson. It also doesn't tell me how you initially got the nub. Just presupposing the nub in an older organism from your view doesn't tell me how you got it. How did it form? How did it keep it? How did it produce a hyper-specific task?
It's just, you see what I mean?
That makes sense. So Dave, if it's a case that an early population,
He wants to be taken seriously. Well, he's done some calling out, like with some things, like, I don't know, political wokeness a little bit, a tiny bit. But this is my general critique of all of them, Bjorn, is that, like, they hate each other. At least we debate things. Like, at least we go after each other. These people just coddle each other. That's all they do. They never try to take an oppositional approach, even as is just an experiment, just to see. Well, hold on, let me try. Let me try to see what's going on here.
let's say it's asexual, starts some process unknown to itself, right? That's going to develop in the future the appendage we call a penis and a vagina. There has to be a moment where that begins, right? That's fair, right?
No, not really.
It's not fair.
I wouldn't say it begins at any particular moment. Again,
there's no moment, right? There's no moment a function of a thing begins to do the function of the thing. These people are fucking insane, excuse my language. I wouldn't say that. The function of all the things we do, you just denied that a brain developed and eventually started doing the function of a brain. These people are insane. They're completely cooked.
Has to be a moment where that begins, right? That's fair, right?
No, not
No.
really. I wouldn't
No.
say it begins at any
No.
particular moment.
Yeah, there's no moment the spine begins to be a spine from invertebrate to vertebrae. There's no moment where the brain is a brain. There's no moment where a penis does what penises do. There's no moment any of this stuff starts, right? This is the problem, is that they're stuck in the gradient of gradualism that has no universal distinctions. What could he possibly say if he's affirming a process that produces through random mutation specialized functional appendages? He's going to say there's also, at the same time, there's no moment where it starts to become what it is in work, right?
Again, I always use the language analogy because it's just the most perfect analogy. When did people start speaking English?
No, unbelievably false analogy. Unbelievably false analogy. Language itself is not biological. There's no word in biology. This is so insanely dumb. He's not thinking. So disanalogous. When did we start speaking language? Language is not biological. This is not a continuum fallacy because you're the one arguing that a thing has a function, but you deny its usefulness or what, not its usefulness, its purpose. Evolution of language is not the same as evolution of biological organisms at all. This is so dumb. First of all, in language, there's a reference that you're referring to, right? So even pointing could be language. Pointing, just pointing. The function of pointing is still the same, right? The function of communicating is the same. So no, it's not the same as, and if you were to take even a more rigorous approach to the analogy, you'd say communication. You wouldn't say language. Language is a tool for communication. Communication is the question. When did communication begin? Totally disanalogous. Language is not even physical. Language puts you even in a worse position from the evolutionary view. You can't even justify language from an evolutionary view.
At no point did they start specifically speaking English.
Okay.
Really?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
And if that begins, that means
That is a total dodge, by the way, because he knows that from that view, right? The problem with this also as an analogy is that the function of speaking English is in existence. The function that it serves exists. So to even start speaking English, you already presuppose communication. So the function, that's just like a superficial, English is superficial, the sounds. The function is what we're talking about here.
is that the process from beginning to end, there has to be a slow, successive sort of building, right, of this appendage. This would be true of anything, like wings or anything, right?
Yeah, that's why.
Yep, but what you can do is we can imagine that it.
We can imagine! Thank you, Peterson, for admitting it. The thing we can do is, which is really scientific, is we can imagine stuff. Come with me and you'll see a world of pure imagination. Little nub gets its balls and does the hanky-panky. You see, everybody, you see, what we can do is we can imagine. Yeah. Yeah, he said it. He's doing science, you guys. He's doing science.
Yeah, that's why.
Yep, but what you can do.
I'm going to clip the shit out of this one. This is going to be a Stream Deck asset, Peterson. The most scientific guy on the internet right now.
Anything, right?
Yeah, that's why.
Here, this earns a 0.5, not even a 0.75. This is a 0.5er.
Yeah, but what you can do is we can imagine that.
We can imagine, sir. Last call, sir. Sir, you've been nice all night, sir. You're not causing any problems. You're not fighting anyone. You're not even loud, but it's time to leave.
That it's tens of millions of more than that. Like,
Oh, yeah. What does it matter, Peterson? Why don't you just invent any amount of numbers? Oh, it's even more than that. Dude, this is such a self-own. It's wild that you even say this and you didn't even think about it. You didn't even think about editing it. This is edited, Peterson. You didn't even edit out that your epistemology is imagining 4,000 million years.
yep, but what you can do is we can imagine that it's tens of millions of more than that. Like,
I mean, 4,000 million years. Why not? 6,000 million 100 years. Does it matter?
400 million years
4,000 million, Peterson.
ago, back when there were penises, right?
No. The question is, how did random mutation produce penises?
But Jim Bob would think that the penises of 100, 200 million years ago, they're certainly not the ones of today. So then those ones were incomplete?
No, there is no complete penises from your view. That's my argument. You imagining millions of years ago and granting yourself the thing in question, which is how does random mutation produce a penis to begin with? You're now inserting a second part of your equation, which is things before become things now over time. As long as there's enough time. Millions of hundreds. Hundreds of millions. There was a time 20 minutes ago where there were 0 chats, and now there's 2 on the goal.
No, they're not incomplete. Again, every step along the way, it's fully functional.
No, another contradiction, dude. You fundamentally don't understand what I'm saying, dude. You can't say for the last freaking time, Peterson, you can't say something's fully functional. You can't say something's fully functional. And first of all, there's 2 problems. I'll say it again. To say something's fully functional is to assume it has purpose, which you deny. The second part is you can't say something's fully functional and that it changes over time what it is. That it fundamentally changes what it is over time to say it's fully functional. You can't have those two. To have something fully functional, it means that it upholds its identity and its nature by way of what its purpose is, what it actually does. Fully functional. You can't say that from your view. You have a flux changing paradigm of a paradigm that says things are in flux. You can't say it's fully functional. You don't even have a measurement for fully functional. No worries, dude. No worries. Thank you so much.
It's not like 200 million years ago if aliens surveyed all the animals.
Do you guys see the problem here? It's like even if I granted them initial penises in this case that are fully functional, the question, Peterson, is if they're fully functional, then there was a time they weren't fully functional. None of them are going to deal with this problem. If they are fully functional, there must be, from the evolutionary view, a moment where they're not fully functional. You don't understand evolution isn't an argument? There are arguments for evolution. Evolution itself is a view that needs to be argued for, you dummy. This is the shit that I get. This is the types of people I get. They're so bad at thinking. Getting pro Dave or Peterson to say that they don't have complete dogs has to be clipped. Yeah. So anyway, we got people spurging out in the chat who are evotards. They're not going to deal with what I'm saying. You can't say something's fully functional, Peterson. Perfect freeze frame, by the way, without assuming there was a point in time where it wasn't fully functional. That's my question.
It's mud. Sorry to keep bringing up the oopsie-poosey argument, but I've done some research and it looks like all living things must have a way to expel waste before they can even begin to develop. The waste system design must be pre-programmed into the DNA.
Yeah.
There couldn't be a living organism to accidentally develop a waste system if it's required for the organism to exist. Simple laws of thermodynamics.
Yeah, even just the more basic view, even without the distinction waste, quote waste, just metabolism. Anabolic building, catabolic breaking down. this is like what they would say, right? This is like this process that's required. It's really just how to process energy and convert energy. That's what's going on from a strictly event perspective. But there's no purpose. That's the problem. There's no purpose to do anything like this. I'm just trying to understand how you think. No, you're not trying to. You're not. Oh, wait. No, that's not the same person. Sorry. I'm being aggressive with someone I think you're someone else. I don't know where you're at, who you're asking. Did you say something? I was talking to the other guy.
They'd be like, damn, all of their penises are only like 1/3 of the way developed. They wouldn't think that, but that's the kind of thinking that Jim Bob is doing here.
No, dipshit. The kind of thinking is if you said something's fully developed or fully functional, which would be synonymous, under the evolutionary view, I'm asking for, is there a time where that's not the case, dude? And none of you freaks are actually engaging with me. It pisses me off. It's not that hard of a question, man. If there's a thing that's fully functional, Peterson, do I have to do it in slow-mo? If there's a fully functioning thing, according to your own words in this clip, from the evolutionary view, it's a really simple freaking question to answer. From the evolutionary view, something that's fully functional, is it the result of something that wasn't fully functional? It's such an easy question to understand. Would there be a problem with boiling evolution down to order and chaos occurring simultaneously, which creates contradiction? Well, not even that, Ridge Pounder. There can only be order from their view, which collapses their idea of randomness or chance. Dave here, during our exchange, said chance. His brain is the result of chance. Why would I trust something that's the result of chance? He says, because I'm right. That's what he says. The problem is they don't have a distinction for chaos. They don't have a distinction for disorder because disorder would assume purpose. That's what's really, Ridge Pounder, what really gets them. This is what really gets them, is that their entire system assumes order, an order to the universe. Evolution needs to follow an order. But they don't even believe that order really exists.
When he says it started a process that was going towards something, he's imagining the present day is the end goal. He has this very...
You feel like I don't care about your feelings. According to your own view, you're grandstanding because you're going off your feelings anyway. No, I deliver this stuff in a very specific way. If you can't distinguish what the fuck I'm saying, sorry to curse, from the way I say it, then you're not involved in the conversation. I have legitimate cross-examination questions that I'm saying. You think because I'm saying it loud or saying it this way or that way, it's grandstanding. It's not. It's performative, but it doesn't remove what I'm saying. Take your feelings and get out of here. Anyway, how do they get from mitosis to any other form of reproduction? Well, that's the other thing. Is like mitosis, what cells do, they still do the same exact thing. They posit a composition fallacy by saying what's true of the part, in this case mitosis, division, that kind of change must be true of the whole. The whole. And it's not. It's not true of the whole.
Very orthogenic teleological view of things. We could perhaps just say it this way. Whatever exists in the present is perfectly sufficient. It works excellently.
You can't say that under evolution. Works excellently means there's a proper function.
If that's the case, then before the process of building a penis even starts, or the very...
See, he just admitted from his view there's such a thing as building a penis, right? That's what I'm asking. Why do you agree from your view, Peterson, that there's a point in time where you don't have a full thing called a penis, and you admit from your own words right here. Perfect. Another great screenshot here. Freeze frame. You admitted there's a building process. Yeah. What works excellent about the building process? This is the problem. How do you build something when what it does is fully functional? Are you guys listening to me? How do you build something if what it is already fully functional? Further, what's the function of the building itself if it's toward the function? What's the function of the building? Well, to build function. So you have building, a function, and then you have what's built that has a function. Do you see the difference here? What's the purpose of building something? It's wild. It's just wild. They don't understand it. Oh, 2 minutes left. 1 left on that goal, y'all. 2 minutes left.
First iteration of it right there, since it was perfectly sufficient and since it worked just fine, we could call the process done right there. See?
No. It's not done, though. See? He just keeps granting himself that the function has a purpose. And that the purpose... it's a fully functioning penis, so it does what it does. It's doing it excellently, he says, excellently. But it comes from a point where it's not doing what it does. And yet they hold all through the process, it's fully functional. Fully functional can always function better. No, the distinction here, digital content, is fully functional assumes there's something not fully functional before it. I agree. Something that has function can function better or worse, but that's not what's in question. What's in question is the development of something itself. You have to assume that something has a point in time where it's not fully functional, but you can't say that under the evolutionary view. It's a contradiction. They say during this exchange that I had with Dave, between point A and point B, the thing itself that's changing is always fully functional. It's always providing a sufficient function. But when I asked, how does that thing that you're granting morphology of develop if the development of it means that it can't be fully functioning? You can't have something that's developing itself to function have full function. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to develop into function. It wouldn't need to go through the process of becoming functional. Do you understand the problem here?
He just has an extreme bias of the present for whatever reason.
That's
if you
not.
Want to read a book?
That is not an argument, dude. You are not engaging with any of the problems.
About ancient dicks, then Dawn of the Deed. It's the only book about the evolution of sex I've ever read. It's kind of interesting.
It's kind of, yeah, they try to, look, they know the absurdity of the T-Rex sex move.
Sadly, it doesn't tackle the problem of the evolution of sexual reproduction in the...
You know why? Because nothing can. You know why? Because nothing can. Because the process of developing sexual reproduction requires sexual reproduction. The problem is, Peterson, you can't have a population that exists that develops a thing called sexual reproduction if, for existing, it requires that they're sexually reproducing to begin with. So you have to make a jump from asexual to sexual. But there's not a reason to do that. There's not a process you could make coherent that makes this jump.
In the first place, it basically starts with
Correct.
Fishes that already have penises. So,
oh, what a surprise! This fucking guy. Excuse my language, really. Lord have mercy. I'm trying to cuss less. Seriously, I'm trying. Listen to what he just said. He literally gave my counter. Did you guys just hear that? Is he trolling the atheists?
Problem of the evolution of sexual
Listen closely what he just said. This guy this is insane.
reproduction in the first place. It basically starts with fishes that already have penises. So
Am I being gaslit here? Seriously, I got to sit with this. Did he just say what I think he said? I come in, well behaved, by the way, to this douchebag Dave guy, and I go, how do you get penises? And his answer is, there are penises. And I go, that's a problem. You just granted yourself penises. Peterson says, I got owned. He brings up a book that tries to tackle the jump between non-penises to penises. And he says, this is a problem because it starts with penises. So he agrees with my contention with this book, but he doesn't agree with my contention with Dave. It's literally the same thing. It's the same thing. He admits it. He just admitted it. Why doesn't he know he admitted it? You guys know he admitted it. He literally just said it. Why is he like this? Why are you like this? You agree with me. You just agreed with me for the same exact reasons, dude.
So I was a little disappointed because of that aspect of it, but
No.
it's a good read.
I usually ask, how do you get a liver from an earlier form that doesn't have what you call a liver? And you say, the answer is always the same. It's, well, you have a proto-liver. So
That's literally what he just said about the penis. Look at him. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I come to talk to you. Oh, shit. Jim Bob just said exactly what I just said is a problem with this book I just referenced. That it's insufficient to just grant yourself a proto. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look. Oh, snap. I agree with Jim Bob. Oh, no. What do I do? Do I just deny that I agree with him? Do I just pretend he didn't literally just say the same thing that I said?
aren't you just saying right now, Dave, that you're granting yourself a proto-liver already, a
You're
proto-penis
definitely not
exists, right?
listening to anything I'm saying. So
In the beginning, there was a nub.
this is what I'm trying to explain to you, is that you can look at extant life today, extant animals that exist today,
Yeah, with penises. You just grant yourself penises.
and no matter what
Literally what I just said.
you want to talk about, the digestive system, the circulatory system, the respiratory system, the immune system, you will see a dramatic spectrum with gradations of complication, organs not existing yet, different kinds of morphology not existing yet. So there are
What? Not existing yet? That's begging the question. You could look, guys, it's simple. Evolution is you can look at animals today and then you could see that they'd have more things that don't exist yet. This is reasonable to you, Peterson? Listening to this? Look, if you look at some organisms today, you could clearly see the things that they don't have yet and that you assume will occur.
many different things that we can look at today to show the tiers of complexity in terms of arrangement, which organs exist and don't exist. So you're looking at, if you want to look at a liver, now I'm not an...
So
See, total dodge, man. Total dodge. Well, how do you get the thing? Well, you look at the complexity of the other things that exist that already exist. No, how do you get the thing to exist from not existing, from random mutation? Well, what you do is you look at the variety of those things existing. That's what you do. You imagine it.
I'll just interrupt here for a second. So Jim Bob seems to think that it's an excellent gotcha to say, well, an organism either has a penis or it doesn't have a penis. So how does it all of a sudden
Not all of a sudden, dude. I didn't say that, you fucking prick. I despise these people so deeply. I didn't say all of the sudden. That's well poisoning.
Have a penis? It's really not a very good question because
I didn't say, I'm not thinking of it as all of the sudden. The mechanism, Peterson. Just like you just critiqued the dinosaur book, I want an explanation of asexual jump to sexual. You admitted you started with a fish that has a penis. That's not good. That's not a good angle. I'm saying the same thing.
of the range of diversity you can see in that organ in the animal kingdom. It's also not a great argument because if we take the function of what a penis does as a vessel to deliver gametes, organisms that don't have penises still have the ability to do that.
Great. So, that doesn't tell me how random mutation produces the thing. They're mental. They're mental. They're absolutely mental.
Externally, fish do that. There are reptiles that do that as well. So while
Internally, externally, it doesn't matter, dude. Well, Jim Bob, this isn't a really great critique because I know that you're positing a question to our view that says random mutation produces this external feature called a penis. But the problem with that view, Jim Bob, you see, is there are currently animals that deliver and do the exchange of the gametes. Yeah. Great work.
Well, because of the nature of the fossil record,
McKees.
we'll never
McKees.
be able to find the very first wiener or something like that.
The very first wiener. A children's story by Eric Peterson.
His claim here that I need the first example of this organ that
No, I didn't ask for the first example. I'm asking you to walk me through the assembly line manufacturing plant for the penis. He did. He conceded the entire thing. If Dave destroyed me, he destroyed Peterson too. We have the same counter. We share the same exact counter argument. That granting yourself the existence of the thing is not an explanation for how you got the existence of the thing. That's like when people say, when I go justify logic from the atheist view, they go, we have logic.
does this thing, you don't need that organ to do that thing. So that immediately
So you develop organs you don't need. Great. Does that make your position better? We accidentally developed organs we don't need.
does a huge amount to discredit the gotcha that you think you have.
No, you admitted that it's insufficient. You admitted it. You just said it. I just showed it to all your audience, to all my audience. You just admitted the exact counter I have.
I'm just saying, if humans came from monkeys, why are there... The Earth is only...
We see today, like this flatward penis has a penis too. But isn't it true that from the evolutionary view, even that
It does. It makes the position so much worse. It does. Like I said before, if you have something Peterson holds as a fully functioning penis, and he holds that that fully functioning penis is the process of a long random mutation process, then there's a time in which it's not a fully functioning penis. If you say it's always a fully functioning penis, then you're saying the penis is eternal. Now, do you hold the penis as eternal?
that flatward penis had to evolve from something before it that didn't have that current penis
Okay.
developed?
Right. So yeah, he's just asking for where did the very first wiener come from?
Yeah, and you didn't answer it, and Dave didn't answer it, and the book reference that you brought up with the dinosaurs banging didn't answer it, but yet you hold to that's what. Notice how he doesn't have any commentary on this. You notice how he just got real quiet when he steel man my question, right? It's interesting when you guys actually steel man my question, you get silent. Let's look at it again. Just want to highlight that.
That current penis developed.
Right. So yeah, he's just asking for where did the very first wiener come from?
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I did that. Yeah, so he's you know what he's doing here is he's just asking a question that I'm not going to answer and Dave's not going to answer, and the book that I read I was disappointed in because of that reason. It doesn't answer, and so I'm going to just keep moving on.
Right.
Well, what we're doing is we're identifying this structural, this spectrum of complexity of whatever organ or system, whatever you're talking about, and we're populating it with all these instantiations of more and more complex. And all you're doing is going, oh, there's a gap here, there's a gap here.
Nope, that's granting the thing in question. I'm asking for there has to be a gap between not that thing and that thing. He's like, well, if you grant me all of the penises in the world, you're just pointing out gaps in between. No, I'm pointing out a gap in between no penis and penis, not multiplicity of penises.
Now, I'm not a paleontologist.
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
So, I mean, I'm not a zoologist either. I don't know everything about all the animals that are alive today, and I certainly don't know everything about all the animals that are extinct. But most of those holes are filled in very readily by extinct forms that we are aware of. But I think that the thing that you're probably not grasping because you want to know how does this form, right? How does an organism get this?
This is like making the argument that every person for which I don't have a video of their birth, I will claim they were not born.
Did you think that this is did he just think that this is similar to that? Peterson, did you just say that? You were a teacher. This dude was a teacher. These guys are teachers. No, those are totally different categories. Not even close. And I like analogies. No. So he just said, me questioning the assumption that random mutation produces a thing called a penis over time from a place that doesn't have a penis. He thinks that's equivalent to me denying that someone existed. Why?
Every person for which I don't have a video of their birth, I will claim they were not born.
No, because the question is, are people born? Do we know the process? And the answer is, dipshit, that we do know the process of people being born. So, determining whether someone existed doesn't put into question the understanding of how people exist from birth. You dummy. The question of how a penis grows and becomes a penis from not a penis through a random mutation is not the same question, even close to the same question of whether or not someone existed merely because I didn't film their birth. Not even the same category of a question. Not even close. Like I'm wondering like how he thought. I gotta play it in. This is the drunk guy at the bar. I gotta play this again. This is a 5-speeder.
This is like making the argument that every person for which I don't have a video of their birth, I will claim they were not born.
He's so proud of himself. How are you proud of yourself after that statement? How did you edit that in? Listen, he reviewed this and he actually edited this video, 35-minute video. He edited it. He kept that in.
And it doesn't you can find their scrapbooks and you can find pictures of them from when they were in school, even when they were a baby. But if you don't have the video of when they were born, then I'll just claim that they weren't born, and you don't get to grant yourself.
Man, you're more cooked than I thought, Peterson. I actually thought maybe you had some hope. But after that, as an analogy, I know that you are screwed for life. And nobody corrects them. This is why they hate each other. These people are so cult-like that there's not even people who are atheists who believe in evolution going, well, no, that's not even close to a good analogy. The symmetry breaker, by the way, of the analogy that he just erroneously presented, this is embarrassing, man. This is like hauntingly embarrassing. This is like zoo level human thinking. The symmetry breaker, to be clear, without any rhetoric, Peterson, if you care to properly use analogies in the future, is the symmetry breaker is we know the process of birth. We know the process of birth. That's a process. What causes a birth? We know that process. What created a human being? We know the process. We can actually replicate the process. I've done it 3 times. We can do that. The reason that's a symmetry breaker is you're assuming a process you can't explain, whereas we can explain the process of creating a human being. Did you earn that blank 1,000-yard stare that you have? Yes. Yes. We know how humans are born. Whether someone was born is a secondary question to the process of, do we know what birth is? So disappointed, because I kind of see him as like a little bro. Kind of see myself in the past. I see myself in the past when I look at him. Have you ever got any traction attacking their ability to do science and make inductive claims within a nominal framework? No, but it takes more of a philosophical opponent to do this. If it was a debate anyway. But yes, Mello, shout out Mello. We've been looking at different arguments of why, from their view, tracking, you need something invariant. And ultimately, evolution, even as they're trying to extrapolate a type of non-biological cosmic evolution, yes, people are doing that. They're holding to things are in flux. So, how do you track? How do you track? Very intelligent. They actually are. They're just buttoned with fun rhetoric and song. Notice how nobody in the chat who's oppositional to me, who's pro-evolution, can deal with the problem or admit even. Watch. Anyone who generally holds and affirms evolution, even if I'm completely wrong about it, they can't even do the good favor to Peterson and say that was disanalogous. They can't even say that. They can't even do the loving, generous, gracious task of pointing out their own kind, their own group, and saying, that was wrong. That was wrong. They can't do it.
That they were born.
Appendage, right? So
To begin with, yeah.
How does embryonic development work mechanistically on the molecular level? Do you know anything about embryonic development?
You mean like the development of an embryo? That's
Reproduce
so.
asexually. That has that we get a new, but don't show a human embryo. I mean, that's fine, whatever, it doesn't matter. But
See, this is also just Dave obfuscating. Going to the generality of an embryo, and I don't know why it skipped there, but the thing in question is how you have appendages. Embryos already assume you have a population with these things.
But you want to know about how a new feature evolves, right?
is assume the previous population. The embryo that you're pointing to, because it comes from a previous population, I assume the previous population that the embryo comes from already has these appendages, right?
No, I'm look.
Nervous laughter.
Guttling, he's saying species A, no penis, gives birth to species B, functioning penis and all necessary plumbing, in a single generation. We can't replicate it because it takes millions of years, but it also happens in one generation.
Yeah, well, no, I would ask him actually that. Now, Dave's argument is that first, he's using web feet right now as the analogy, as an example, I should say. And I go, how do you get penis from not penis? He goes, haven't you heard of web feet? And I'm like, no, web feet is a feature, whether it's accidental or not from your view, is something that's a feature on an appendage. I'm asking about the appendage itself, right? How do you get the appendage itself, the foot in this case, or the penis? And they would say, well, yeah, it starts from one, like in the chat said, starts from one, but it also happens millions of years. That means the one mutation needs to then develop. Notice how he just said, Dave just said in this example, voila, you have a web foot. Well, obviously he's not saying voila, you have a penis. This is backwards. They just railed me for, Jim Bob thinks the penis just shows up in a single moment. And yet his example here is that web feet show up in a single generation. What?
You want to know about how new things form, right? So I'm asking you if you know anything about how anything of the morphology of an organism arises at all. What do you know about that process?
Well, what I'm saying is if you're going to point to an embryo, I would say that the category you're pointing to assumes that there's a population that has parts that already can produce the embryo.
There is a population of organisms.
How does the first
forms? I'm asking if you know anything about embryonic development, which is where new mutations can express themselves as
new mutations.
New structures, new things. Do you know anything about that process?
Well, no, I would disagree with that statement.
What do you mean you disagree with?
I would disagree with that.
Yeah, I disagree with what he's saying. His description of an embryo doesn't embryonic development doesn't grant you the story of a multiplicity of other things. An embryo assumes a population. A population already has its traits. You have two problems here. You can giggle at all you want, but you have two problems that you can't engage with. One problem is you have to determine whether or not somewhere in the existing population this new, quote, mutation didn't already exist, like web feet in the past. You have to assume that. You have to tell me whether it's novel or not. How are you going to tell me it's novel?
So Dave is throwing Evo Devo in with Darwinian evolution to explain, yes, this is how new structures and organs can form.
Yeah, you both of you dickbags just went completely against everything you just said. You just said millions of years, right? It doesn't just happen spontaneously. And your example is a spontaneous web foot. This is why I want to debate him, because in this setting, right, I want proper time to cross-examine and proper time to debate with a moderator, not with Neil. But you guys notice how inconsistent this is? It's so inconsistent. They were laughing away this whole first half of this conversation, right? Laughing away. Oh, Jim Bob thinks this happened spontaneous. Can I have an example then of long-term random mutation producing hyper-specialized features like a penis? Web feet. Web feet. Spontaneous.
Battling premise A. All penises are fully functional. Premise B. The first form of the penis was fully functional.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Organisms, not necessarily the like sudden appearance from scratch of something that wasn't there before, but you know, sort of a jump toward.
See? Oh, dude, you're such a weasel, dude. He is such a weasel. He just spent how many minutes going, haha, Jim Bob thinks it's like these big jumps. It's long. It's millions, kabillion, quadrillion years. Remember when I said imagine? Oh, imagine a million, billion years. You got to imagine it, right? And now he goes, well, so there is a jump. Now he's changing his little tune now. Change your tune a little bit, right?
A feature or an organ. Jim Bob doesn't know anything about that, so he just says, I disagree.
No, I do know about it. Once you say an embryo, you're assuming a category of an animal. So now we have to talk about the animal. You can't just say embryo to obfuscate. No, the fact that I know that an embryo has to come from a previous population that has its own category of traits and things, we have to now distinguish. This is what's called clarifying. These people are just fucking evil, dude. They're like the. I don't see anything different between Weasel here, these two weasels, and that clip of the shooter laughing. I see no difference between the two.
With you on that.
You're just gonna giggle? You don't think it's justified to clarify, okay, what's the organism? What's the embryo? What kind of things do they already have? Are you granting them a penis? That's what's in question. Are you granting them a leg? Yeah, let's do a leg and something like this, okay? Let's do a leg. Great. So what are you saying? There's a random mutation that produces web feet. Okay. Is that sudden? Yeah, it's sudden. I'm not talking about sudden. You just denied that a penis shows up suddenly, and your example is web feet.
Here, I'll tell you how if you let me talk. So during the process of an embryo growing, it's already pre-coded to grow, if it's properly growing, the things that that come from
He just said, yeah, no, it's not properly growing according to you.
the previous thing. So for instance,
And if that code changes,
hold on a second. Just at the individual level, we're talking now. An embryo is an individual, right?
yeah.
Okay, so during the process of an embryo growing, right, if you watch it grow, it starts to develop new appendages that's consistent with what it's instructed to do.
Yeah.
That's not that's not the same question as whether or not
It is the same question. You just
it's
don't
not, though.
understand that because you don't know
You're
what
not letting me.
question is,
Yeah, but
whatever
you're
you don't.
You don't understand. I'm going to interrupt you while you're actually making a major distinction here.
Telling me what
Yeah, no, Jim Bob, you don't understand what.
That's not an argument.
What's being discussed here.
I do understand it. An embryo, that's the product of two parents that mimics the traits of the two parents that already have appendages. How can you say I'm not understanding if you don't even let me finish?
Dave is telling you how pre-existing organs and tissues within the organism can be modified by having the gene express.
I'm asking how you have those fucking things to begin with, you prick. You disgusting prick. Modification assumes you already have the thing, dude. How are you guys not understanding this? I'm not talking about whether you think things can be modified with, by the way, modification assumes purpose. Modified assumes purpose. Accidental modification, great work, dummies. That's not even what's in question, dude. What's in question is whether or not how you got the appendages to begin with. They're disgusting.
Expression turned off or
Disgusting people.
on, or in new and different ways, or having that homeobox or Hox genes or whatever mutated to also change the development of it. He's telling you how that process can cause or lead to
Lead to what? Lead to what? Perfect freeze frame. Lead to what?
the iterative steps of the organs in question.
No, dude, you just contradicted yourself, prick. If you modify something, the organ already exists. Jim Bob, you'd understand. The embryo and all of the DNA packet information that's included, that's transferred from the parents, that also have their own unique packets and back and back and back and back through time. You don't understand, Jim Bob. Sometimes it produces the organs in question. No, it doesn't. It fulfills the path of growth and development of the information that's already there.
Evolutionary developmental biology. You don't know. You just don't know what he's talking about.
That's not an argument, dude. Totally not the argument.
Okay, so you're saying at the individual level, you're observing a, in this case, an individual embryo
Can this goober? I doubt there's any goober in the chat that's going to call in.
in its growth developing a brand new functional appendage.
Yeah, just not like from absolutely nothing to something that exists today.
Well, actually, this is a contradiction, too. If you have a foot and there's absolutely no webbing between the foot, then the foot produces webbing in that one sequence of events called embryonic growth. Then you're in a contradiction. Suddenly you have web feet out of not web feet.
Right. So that I was about to say essentially exactly that. So like,
Yeah, so you're essentially going to say the contradiction that comes from it.
for a penis or whatever, let's take fish. A lot of fish do external fertilization. They just have a hole in their body that they squirt sperm through.
How do you get that, dude? It's just unbelievable, man. Oh, you just get sperm. You just get sperm that has a specific function that I deny that it has a purpose. Sperm doesn't have a purpose. So look, imagine you have all of the workable things that are in question, okay? If we just imagine we have all of the workable things that are in question that I don't have to explain through the thing I'm defending. Just grant me... Listen to this part. Dude, discussing how sperm works, okay, doesn't give me the answer to my question.
That. So like for a penis or whatever, let's take fish. A lot of fish do external fertilization. They just have a hole in their body that they squirt sperm through. What if the tissue around that region just got lengthened a tiny bit? Okay.
See how he starts with the vagina, the hole, right? Or whatever it is, the hole. He says, look, you can learn from this. Oh, I can learn. The thing in question is the hole itself. This entire conversation. The entire conversation is that methodology itself. He says, well, if you grant me the hole, I can develop some features around the hole. See what I'm saying? If you just grant me the thing that you're literally asking me for, you still don't get it. It's a mutation. I'm not granting him that first thing. Do you understand? The question this entire time, average lizard, was how do you get that first mechanism? You guys can't squeeze past this. Well, no. Grant him sperm and a hole, and then he'll talk about how that hole maintains its function, even though that's the thing I'm asking for, how you develop that thing to begin with. No, grant me the thing, and then we'll add ridges, we'll add spoilers to the car once you grant me the car. You guys are disgusting humans, honestly. Disgusting.
Okay, so we have this like micro penis thing on the external end of the body of the fish. It still just basically is a hole on the outside of their body, which is what your urethra is today. It's just a hole on the outside of your body that goes to the inside of your body. But it starts off as this microscopic little thing.
And see, he's telling a story now. He's telling a story. Here, we're back to function, right? How does something develop its function and its nature and its shape? Through random mutation. How? Well, grant me the function that it is and what it does. I'm going to grant myself the thing that it is. I'm going to grant myself the thing that it does. And I'm going to add to the thing that it is and the thing that it does. You see the problem here is that the thing in question, this whole entire discussion with Dave, if you want to call it that, is it starts off with what it is. Yeah, it starts off really tiny. It's the same crap, dude. You guys don't deal with this problem at all. You just call us dumb and you don't deal with the problem. And all you do, just like your criticism of the book, the dinosaur book, Peterson, that you brought up, just like that, what do? You just start with the thing. You literally commit the same problem as the author that you're disappointed with the book.
And for whatever reason that's beneficial, maybe it's not even beneficial, but through random genetic drift, because we know that happens, it just ends up sticking around. This is like how blood types become.
Yeah, so your brain just had no purpose. It's not effective in doing anything like thinking. It just sticks around. It's just sticking around. It didn't do any, like the function, it didn't have any real purpose in how it existed. There's no purpose. It just stuck around.
Really common in certain haplotypes. Then from there, it gets modified and it lengthens a little bit more. Dramatic.
Why? What do you mean lengthens? For no purpose, right? For no reason, right? It lengthens. The thing that it is already does what it does, and it's fully functional, right? For the last time, Peterson, from the evolutionary view, I'm not granting you the existence of the thing. Now, you notice how he used fish. Okay? Okay? Let's do this really slowly so Peterson, if he sees this, understands the problem with his presentation. Okay? Let's do it again. Ready? Watch.
Because we know that happens, but your urethra is...
Listen.
They squirt sperm.
Listen to
what
this.
he's talking about.
Okay, so you're saying at the individual
Watch.
level...
I'm asking, just to be clear, let's just make it a really concise clip here. I'm asking, from the evolutionary view, how does random mutation produce the functional thing called a penis? From not that. How does that happen?
You're observing in this case, an individual.
Yeah, just not like from absolutely nothing to something that exists today.
Right, so that...
A half evolved and useless organ waiting millions of years to be completed by random mutations would be a liability and hindrance to a species, not exactly a prime candidate for natural selection.
Yes.
How could species have survived over, supposedly, millions of years while their vital or necessary organs were still in the process of evolving?
Yeah, it's evolving purpose, evolving function.
I was about to say essentially exactly that. So like for a penis...
for a penis, listen to this. Okay. So my question is this. Okay. So for a penis, I ask, how does random mutation produce the thing called a penis, both functional and form? From random mutation, from not that. Fair question? Yes. Such a fair question that Peterson, right, wanted to learn more about asexual jump to sexual, and he bought a book. Now we're going to go back to the book, but first, let's hear Peterson.
Penis or whatever. Let's take fish. A lot of fish do external fertilization. They just have a hole in their body that they squirt sperm through.
He just says there's a hole in the body. It just is.
What if the tissue around that region just got lengthened a tiny bit? Okay, so we have this like micro penis thing.
We have a micro penis. Clip it.
Shaktala Bikoku.
Shatala Bikugo. So look what he just did. Look what Peterson just did. This is so insane of him.
On the external end of the body of the fish. It still just basically is a hole on the outside of their body, which is what your urethra is today.
There you go. So when I asked, how does random mutation produce this thing called a penis, both function and form? He goes, yeah, I can understand that question. I actually read a book on that, and I was disappointed because the author just started with a penis, a fish. This is exactly what Peterson just did. He just granted himself, you have a micro penis, and it does what penises do. You already have it, right? Watch this. Where is it? Watch this. Just how many minutes ago? How many minutes ago? Listen to this.
The only book about the evolution of sex I've ever read. It's kind of interesting. Sadly, it doesn't tackle the problem of the evolution of sexual reproduction in the first place. It basically starts with fishes that already have penises.
Are you guys tracking this? I'm really disappointed with this book because I wanted to really get into the justification for sexual reproduction. And unfortunately, I was really disappointed with the explanation because it starts, sadly, with fish already having penises. Okay, let's skip ahead. Just listen, you couldn't even hold that thought with other thoughts for 10 minutes. Let's skip ahead.
But most birds, including most ducks, don't have penises on this channel, which is hide. So how does that happen? Well, the crazy scale with eyes inside of it become really common. And for whatever reason, that's beneficial of the fish. It's external fertilization. So they just have a hole in their body that they squirt sperm through. What if...
Look, it wasn't even 10 minutes. It was... Let's see. That's 20. Okay, 20. It was... Yeah, it was about 10 minutes. It was 8 minutes. Planet Peterson didn't even register that his disappointment in an explanation for sexual reproduction, he did just 8 minutes before. He couldn't even hold that thought for 8 minutes.
A book about ancient dicks, then Dawn of the Deed. It's the only book about the evolution of sex I've ever read. It's kind of interesting. Sadly, it doesn't tackle the problem of the evolution of sexual reproduction in the first
Yeah, just like Dave didn't, and just like you didn't.
place. It basically starts with fishes that already have penises.
Yeah, unfortunate, right? Let's skip ahead again, just so you guys know.
To grow, if it's properly growing, the things that that come from the previous thing. So, for instance,
And if that changes,
an embryo is an growing, right? If you question as, yeah, but you're telling me what
Existing organs, and by having the gene expression process, area developmental biology, you just don't know what he's talking about.
Okay, so you're saying at the individual level, you're observing a, in this case, an individual embryo in its growth developing a brand new functional appendage.
Yeah, just not like from absolutely nothing to something that exists today.
Yes.
Right. So that I was about to
Yep.
say essentially exactly that. So like for a penis or whatever, let's take fish. A lot of fish do external fertilization. They just have a hole in their body that they squirt sperm through.
Am I losing my mind? Are you an expert gaslighter or what? Like, I want to clip the two of these. Let me just say that. I'll do it later. Not live, but I just want to get the time codes here. Time code 1232. 1232.
That word penis had to evolve from something before it that.
And we're but I think that how does anything of the more
can form in organisms, not necessarily the like sudden appearance.
Just at the individual level, we're talking now. An embryo is an
1230.
individual, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so during the process of an embryo growing, right, if you watch it grow, it starts to develop new appendages that's consistent with what it's instructed to do.
Yeah.
That's not that's not the same question as whether or not
It is the same question. You just don't understand that because you don't know
You're
what
not letting me.
is,
Yeah, but you're telling me what.
Yeah, within the organism can be modified by having the gene expression turned off or on, or in new and different ways, or having that homeobox or Hox genes or whatever mutated to also change the development of it.
Yeah, so it's like 18, 12 and 18. I'll check back in because those two paired together is hilarious.
He's telling you how that process can cause or lead to the iterative steps of the organs in question. Evolutionary, developmental biology. You just don't know what he's talking about.
Right.
Okay, so you're saying at the individual level, you're observing a, in this case, an individual embryo in its growth developing a brand new functional appendage.
Yeah, just not like from absolutely nothing to something that exists today.
Right. So that I was about to say essentially exactly that. So like for a penis or whatever, let's take fish. A lot of fish do
1940. So 1230 and 1940.
Fertilization. They just have a hole in their body that they squirt things. It just ends up sticking around. This is like how blood, an organ like a rudimentary, not quite yet a penis, but a little bit of a external thing on the outside of the body, could all of a sudden lengthen, at least like to scale, fairly dramatically. This isn't even hard to imagine how it would become.
Imagine, right? We're back to imagining epistemology.
Advantageous. And we get to do everybody's favorite thing on this channel, which is talk about cloacas now. All kinds of animals have cloacas. Birds, for example, have cloacas. Now, some birds have external penises. You've probably all seen the crazy.
They just have penises.
Guttling. For some reason, at the same time, the female fish stopped popping out the eggs, opting for the penis to fertilize the eggs inside her. The fish with the micropenis died looking for the eggs that up until now were just in the water.
Right.
The corkscrew duck penis photo before. But most birds, including most ducks, don't have penises. But they lay eggs, and they have hard shell eggs, which means the fertilization happens on the inside. So how does that happen? Well, they do this. They do a cloacal kiss. So the male takes his outside body hole that sperm comes out of, and he presses it up against the female cloaca and just...
And you, dumb, think that process and mechanism developed accidentally. Do you understand, Peterson, what's going on here? You believe that thing developed accidentally in some previous thing that had that, right?
Mutations are acts and environments are characteristics. Any non-material/physical require interpretations and judgments. What causes mutations? What is that mechanism? The environment's characteristics are particulars, but those don't answer for what is being affected to cause mutations. to say it's the organism that's affected doesn't answer what particular mechanism within the organism is affected that causes the mutation. Chase Crosp.
Yeah. Well, it goes further into like even the distinction between the external world being the thing that dictates natural selection for the organisms, but the external world also being made up of organisms. And they're also subject to another thing called natural selection, the environment. But from this view, the environment is the organisms. That's what the environment is. The organisms, ecology, other animals, prey, predator. It's all, from their view, they have no real distinctions. It's all nominalism. It's crazy. It didn't suddenly come about by God, magic, indeed. Well, the fact that you need to introduce God, notice that we can argue against evolution without appealing to God. Have you noticed that? But you can't defend evolution without appealing to a red herring called God. That just shows your weakness.
Just squirts sperm into there. Now,
accidentally. Where'd you get in sperm? Sperm. Oh, just grant yourself sperm.
Now, if you have something that's about that long or whatever, that makes that procedure just a tiny bit more efficient. So this would have happened with fish originally. So you can absolutely see how something that isn't really a penis, but aids in sperm delivery, could be favored for, and then selective.
Aiding to sperm delivery assumes function and purpose. A purpose. Is there a purpose? Was there a purpose to sperm from the evolutionary view? Dave says no.
Pressure would guide that structure to become more and more specialized until it gets to the point where it's made of tissue that becomes specialized and differentiated apart from the surrounding tissue. So this specific example of how do you get a penis from a non-penis, we can essentially see how it happened.
No, you granted yourself a penis. Are you actually retarded?
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Did you just really just conclude that if you ask how we got a penis from not a penis, we essentially can see it by looking at starting with a penis? All you have to do to answer the question how you got a penis from a non-penis is grant yourself a penis. And then it makes sense.
It's actually not even a mystery.
Okay, so why were you so disappointed in the book that you read, that you brought up on the stream? You were disappointed, Peterson, in the book because it granted the thing in question a penis, and you just did the same exact thing.
So in the individual level, what's an example of an appendage or some mutation that in the process of the embryo actually growing, it actually produces a functional advantageous appendage?
Webbed feet. I don't know.
Webbed feet.
Web feet. I wouldn't even say web feet itself is like maybe distinctly an appendage, but certainly that's something that assumes there's a foot already. And further, it's a thing that happens in time that they just denied. They just denied the spontaneous fabrication of an advantageous thing. It has to be time, over time. Jim Bob, you don't understand. It's billions of years where the penis shows up. Billions. By the way, give me an example of that then. The start of a billion-year process. How do you know that's the start of a billion-year process? Oh, web feet. Like the scream, hit the goal, you mooks. He believes in tummy sperms. Yeah, tummy sperms.
Is that wait, hold on, is that a dysfunction or a function?
If you live in the water, it's a function.
So you already live in the water. Look at this smug. Look, let me erase so you guys can see the smugness. If you already live in the water, which means your entire existence is already sufficient for life, reproduction, defense, eating, all of that, all of it. If you have a foot in the water, you have a foot in the water. You live in the water and you have a foot. Okay? This one mutation that gives you a web foot is somehow a noticeable in that lifetime. By the way, this is Lamarckianism. Lamarckism. Because you're saying that like this advantage in the lifetime of one thing that already lived in the water, by the way. Whatever it was, it lived in the water already. Well, if you live in the water, then yeah, web feet are amazing. Certainly. Well, no, the web foot would be negligible in comparison to how long and how successful the population was that it came from.
The uncreated webbed foot.
Yeah, the uncreated web
Wait,
foot.
when we have
On
web
land,
feet,
it'd be dysfunction. That's why
wait,
evolution-
that's arbitrary. Hold on, no, that's totally
Arbitrary.
Wait a second.
Yeah, it is
that's
arbitrary.
post hoc. So like if someone
Post hoc?
hold on, if someone
It is post hoc to imagine a time where a web foot developed and then you said it was probably successful. By the way, you wouldn't even know. This is what I was trying to get out of them is methodology. How would you even know said web foot was the thing that helped them survive? That was the thing. How would you know that?
if a population of humans, for whatever reason, were born with webbed feet, how would you determine that was an advantage or a disadvantage?
By if it is an advantage or a disadvantage. Nature
Wow, another great epistemic system. Notice how he doesn't, Peterson here doesn't seem to care about the answer he just gave me. Hey, Dave, how do you determine whether X thing is an advantage or disadvantage? His answer is what, y'all? What class? This is a teacher. Here, clip it. Ready? Let's do it slow-mo.
So like if someone hold on. If a population of humans, for whatever reason, were born with webbed feet,
I still sound smarter than they do with slow-mo.
how would you determine that was an advantage or a disadvantage?
Okay, did you hear the question?
Were born with webbed feet, how would you determine that was an advantage or a disadvantage?
by if it is an advantage or a disadvantage.
It's just amazing work. I'm the one, I get wrecked. I'm the one who got wrecked. I get destroyed. Right? I got destroyed.
Nature.
If it increased the rate of reproduction, essentially.
What do you mean? How would you know it did that? That's the question. How would you know that? How would you know it increased it? How would you know a web foot increased, a single web foot or whatever, in an animal that already existed in the water? How would you know that the thing itself increased the rate of reproduction? How would you know that that caused that? The least scientific philosophy ever.
Essentially.
Decides.
Right.
Peterson doesn't see a problem with that. Well, you imagine it in your head in the past, whether it increased its reproductivity or not. You imagine it.
It helps them in nature.
Hold on, that doesn't.
I know.
Again, you'd look at the rate of reproduction. You would.
How do you look at the rate of reproduction in the past 1 million years ago when you imagine a mutation happened? You pseudoscientist noob. You sued. You just look at the rate of production that you can't look at. You know what I mean? That's how we do it. We would look at the rate of production that we don't have access to. Where's that? In your head?
Would look at their numbers. The
easiest way to look at the numbers 4,000 million years ago is probably this.
easiest example to go to would be the black pepper.
That's the other thing. They don't even know this, dude. Great point. You wouldn't even know if the increased rate of production was an advantage. In fact, what do we see in the world today? What do we see in the world today? Why do we keep the numbers of things down?
Not a Professor Dave. You can tell because of the way it is.
Yeah. What do we see right now? Hey, douchebags. You too. Peterson, what happens when there's a massively successful reproductive cascade? Oh, you just determine it's of an advantage if they reproduce a lot. What? Excuse me? How is that an advantage? It's a disadvantage. Overpopulation is a disadvantage. You could have an overpopulation of one thing that indirectly causes the death of that thing by way of ecological disaster, right?
Moths. One of them changed and they became black. So how do we determine if that's an advantage? Well, more of those ones survived and reproduced, and that cohort of the population exploded. That's how you figure it out.
Yeah, why is that an advantage? Why is an exploding population an advantage? How would you know that's an advantage? The same question is left, right? Same exact question. Oh, you just decide that an exploding population is a good thing. Why? Is that a good thing now?
Mutations that confer a survival advantage are selected for. It's statistical dynamics. Nobody is deciding anything. If you don't understand that, you don't understand literally the...
He thinks I'm asking for a decision. He's so dumb that he thinks I'm asking if natural selection is a decision when I'm asking an epistemic question.
First thing about evolutionary biology. This is what Darwinism explained in the late...
Dave might be kind of misunderstanding what Jim Bob's asked.
Oh, thank God. Holy. Is that purposeful, you think, or Peterson? First, finally, a glimpse. Hallelujah. Oh my gosh. A glimpse of a human being. Whew. I didn't think it was possible. He might be human after all. Just imagine that there could be a symmetry breaker between interdependent biological systems and the ones we create. Exactly. Don't get too excited. Yeah, you're right.
Asking for, but I think that's just because Dave really knows a lot.
Oh, gosh. Just glazing.
And he doesn't understand that Jim Bob needs incredibly simple answers.
19th century.
Okay, so the answer, Dave, then is the answer clearly, if you were to just be really concise about it, is when I ask if a population of humans today suddenly, spontaneously, we're all born, a huge population was born with webbed feet, and I asked, how would we determine whether or not that's advantageous or not? You would just simply say, we wouldn't know. We just don't know.
So there's like 18 things wrong with even the situation that you're talking about. Number one, a population.
You couldn't like freeze the population in time and then determine it there. You have to
do what? Post hoc. It's amazing. They actually say all of the things that I'm arguing, and they ironically don't understand that by saying them, they're not in a good spot. He's literally about to say it. He's actually about to say it's post hoc.
Even the situation that you're talking about. Number one, a population.
You couldn't like freeze the population in time. And then determine it there. You have to see things carry out, I guess.
Yeah, that's called post hoc. You don't see things carry out though. You look back and you imagine what's happening. You don't actually see them carry out at all. You never observe anything. You just admitted it. Oh, I guess you're right, Jim Bob. You would actually have to see it carried out, aka the first step in the scientific method is called observation. Yeah, I guess you would. To be scientific, I guess Jim Bob was right. You would have to actually wait for a period of time, and then either you drew out the observations and determined the causal chain, or you could just wait a long time and then do post hoc rationalization fallacies the whole way down, which is all evolution is. What clouds them so much from understanding your position? It's spiritual. Disregarding, being disingenuous, bad face. Why do they have such huge blinders? It's spiritual. It's spiritual.
It doesn't spontaneously develop a new thing. It's an individual.
I said if.
Okay, so if magic, that has fucking nothing to do with science, what's my response to that?
Wait.
No. It's not magical. It's actually totally. In fact, the likelihood of a population experiencing a similar mutation, you don't even know what the cause is. That's not logically, metaphysically, or practically impossible. It's not magic. It's not magic to say a population could all experience. I mean, some of your, quote, experiments introducing an external stimuli to, say, mosquitoes demonstrate that what you call a mutation happens at the population simultaneously. What are you talking about? It's not magic.
Hey, Dave, this is
a dumb question. You're too dumb to have this conversation.
Dave,
he's spurging so hard.
Dave, this makes it even worse for you, by the way.
No, it doesn't, because you are not having this
Let me
conversation.
talk. Neil, let me talk.
He's freaking. They're all freaking out.
You said
I am letting you talk.
Let me reply to it.
They're all just spurging
You
out.
said if a
He's calling me names already.
population magically has webbed feet, well, that's not a thing that happens. Number two, humans are no longer participating in natural selection in the way that the rest of the animal kingdom is.
How did you know that?
Because we don't die if you're weak, right? If you're a weak
Listen to the logic here. It's amazing. This is one of my favorite parts. First of all, there's two things wrong with this. From the natural selection position, the ability to express traits of thinking and doing all of this stuff that we're capable of, that's downstream from an evolutionary process. The ability to mitigate death by way of our brain would be selected for. So even the mitigation of death and disease would be an evolutionary advantage that would be selected for. That would be to say that the environment that we're in favors the fact that we can defeat the environment. It favors it. He's saying it doesn't happen anymore. It's wrong from that angle, but it's wrong from another angle too. It's wrong from two angles. Now, will my atheist evotards in the chat agree with me and understand that what he just said is so stupid? So stupid. The test for an atheist, an Evo proponent, is to listen to what Dave just said and go, that is entirely not only unknowable, but wrong from what we would assume is happening. So, it's wrong, and here's how it's wrong in another way. It's wrong in another way because if our own technology to mitigate disease and death keeps weaker people alive, over time, right, you couldn't possibly say that keeping the weakest alive inside of the population couldn't render a negative natural selection outcome. Of course you would say it would. Of course you would say it would. Either way, you're wrong. The ability to mitigate against disease and death and keep weak alive is an advantage for the population, therefore a part of natural selection. And the potential outcome of that down the road, where we just depend on everything like technology, and suddenly that dies somehow, and we're left to our own devices, and we don't have immunity. We don't have this. We don't have that. We die out.
Person or a dumb person, society
Is Jim Bob gonna ask how do we know that?
there's a safety net in place so that we
How would you know? Wait.
What do you mean?
You think asking how you know a claim is like a laughable question? That's not even a real laugh.
How do we know that?
That's not a real laugh. Asking how you know something is not a laughable question. How would you know that X caused Y?
That infant mortality rates haven't plummeted?
No, you idiot. I'm not asking how do we know technology mitigated death, you dumbass. I'm not asking, dude, you guys are so broken.
Do we know now that diseases that used to be killers, like malaria, like TB, like diabetes are no longer the death sentences that they are.
No, that's not what's in question, Peterson. What's in question is how do you know that doing that, mitigating death and disease, how do you know that's not a part of, we're not a subject under natural selection? How would you know that?
This is just known.
This is just known. That you're not even asking what I'm asking, dude.
The data on it.
We have the data. Data doesn't tell you what's known, by the way. But no, that's not even the question, Peterson. That's not even the question, Peterson. The question was, if you listened, how would you know that mitigating these things in the long term means that we're no longer subject to natural selection?
How do I know the most basic things that are self-evident? What the fuck?
Self-evident.
Well, self-evident now. Okay,
Yes.
hold on a second.
Do we
Okay,
not?
let's go.
If there is a weak person,
Wow.
do we just let them die? Do we let a lion eat them and they die? Is that how society works?
Depends where you are.
It
So
depends
if,
where you are. Where is a
Yeah.
society? Where is a civil? Where is a city?
some people
Where-
in China actually let people who got hit by cars just die in the street because it's not a utility issue. So but
okay.
But
regardless
is
of that, Dave,
that the majority
Neil,
of people?
shut the fuck
No,
up.
but that
Neil.
matters, though. That matters. You just call
No, it doesn't.
It's not. It doesn't matter the majority or not.
Listen to one random
doesn't
thing.
matter. Let's talk
He's so triggered.
about web feed again.
I'm not triggered. You guys are not dealing with the problem. Who's triggered is Neil. Neil's triggered. It's really simple, dummy. If you mitigate death, we do that with animals. Are you going to say now that all the animals that we intervene on behalf of as stewards of the earth are no longer under natural selection because we engage with intervention with them?
Let's go back to the individual level. If
Yeah,
an
but not
individual,
humans, not humans.
Why not?
We're talking about other animals, because
Okay.
you're not participating in natural selection. You fucking idiot.
See, he just declares we're not participating in natural selection, even though nearly the entirety of their field would argue otherwise. There's so many other things included, right, in that view that could kill us, that we're subject to. There are things that we don't even know we're subject to that could kill us. There's altitude. There's allergies. There's all sorts of things. Tons of things. He just declares it. Humans are not subject to natural selection. And Peterson doesn't go, I don't actually agree with that.
We're talking
Wait.
about. Let's go all the way back to the
hold on a
evolution of
second.
tetrapods,
Hold on a second.
Right?
There are
That means
animals.
It's not webbing.
Hold on. Do we care for animals?
Do you want to talk about evolution or
Oh
not?
my God.
See, he doesn't see. Why is it how could they not see this? They're like, Jim Bob gets destroyed. Dave just said, we're not participating in natural selection because we're able to take care of our weak. By the way, that still exists in nature, dude. That exists with all sorts of animals. They take care of the weak. It's all so arbitrary, dude. It's just like, it's nauseating how stupid these people are.
What do you mean trying
Dude,
to
I'm
do?
showing a
Do we care
contradiction
about
in your view.
animals? What do you mean? Do we care about animals?
Yeah. No. Do we
What does that mean?
actively? Let me answer the question. Ask the question. If you said humans are no longer participating in natural selection because we have all this advanced technology to take care of us, we also take care of animals.
Yeah.
Okay, so
A tiny no,
No, not a tiny. We influence a lot of animals, including their environment. We influence a lot of it. We intervene with a lot. And not only that, animals take care of their animals. Animals take care of weaker animals. It's amazing the hill these people die on.
a tiny percentage of the animals.
No shit, dude. That's why, look, even if you just establish a percent, that's what's in question. What's your criterion for determining whether something's subject to natural selection or not? Now, Peterson's like, well, if we just look at the percent, okay, cool. What's the percent threshold of where you draw the line where natural selection is or isn't happening? You couldn't. You guys make shit up.
We take care of, which, funny enough, the like vertebrate terrestrial biomass that is humans and livestock and pets is like 98% or whatever. So the vast majority of the total biomass of animals, yes, but the vast majority of the animals, No, we're actually detrimental to almost all of their survival.
So
Well, no, because this is so backward. Everything's so arbitrary from their view. According to your own view, Peterson, falling into hyper-speed population reproduction is an advantage. Well, is that true? Is that true? Is that an advantage? Because we live in a very synergistic reality, right? Ecology, animals eat animals, animals need animals to eat, but to need animals to eat, you need them to live at the same time. It's a bit of a paradox. Just the same way if we want trees to use for building, we need to grow trees. We want to grow the thing. We want the thing that we use to maintain its production. That's how the world operates. If you took a hard sort of Darwinian winner takes all approach, you notice that if you miss all of the in-between animals, let's say in let's say a pond even, right? And you remove the middle, then you have the predator eating everything and it's over. They have nothing more to eat because they ate it all. It doesn't reproduce. There's no system. The system dies. So this idea that like production, death is antithetical to evolution, and massive dominance is advantage to evolution. No, it's not, because you don't live in a vacuum.
So let's also not talk about cattle. Let's talk about
Conservation. No. Hold on. Now,
Yeah. Cattle. He's such a scumbag, this guy.
you're in a weak spot, okay? Because
Fucking
Is
cattle.
spurging. Jim Bob really hates it when you use that against him, and I don't know why.
the question I'm going to ask you,
I
regardless
don't.
of it's human,
No. I've spurged before, Peterson. I've spurged before. What annoys me is when people say you're spurging when I'm not spurging. At least tell me I'm spurging when I am spurging. I'm just trying to keep this on track while other people are interjecting.
or not is how would you determine it's an advantage or a mutation that's a disadvantage?
You'd have to look at the population dynamics over time.
That doesn't tell me anything. How do you determine? That's a methodology. You look.
How would you determine it's an advantage or a mutation that's a disadvantage?
Listen to his answer. Do you hear a methodology?
You have to look at the population dynamics over time.
How would you determine that?
You have to look at the Okay, let me do it. Let me do it in crayon, Peterson. When you look at the population dynamics over time, how do you determine? Fucking people, dude.
if it lives longer, if it helps it survive.
Oh yeah, you could look at the individual too. Yeah, you could answer the question individually, or then we could see like, is this becoming a trait that is beneficial just in general with the population? And
Okay, cool. So when human beings help themselves survive, right? Or when we help other animals survive, right? Now they've introduced this other thing that there's a threshold at which you're no longer under natural selection, right? So if humans with their intent in their minds help a thing survive, are they subject to natural selection or not? Is their mutation the cause, or are we the cause? How would you know? Slavic says, do you recognize the religious dogma of the distorted religion and their counter-prosperity? Nature has given 6 other functions to these organs of the female body, just as in the male body. I'm not sure exactly what you're arguing,
and drives the
but
population.
I'm interested.
Wait, how would you determine that?
It swims faster.
Okay, so
So according to Dave, an organism that already lives in the water, fully functional, able to reproduce and eat, right, and do everything, that one web foot, in this case, that happened in the embryonic stage of development, how would you determine that having a web foot aided to its survival? And he says, well, it would swim faster, maybe. Well, no, you would still have to determine whether or not that thing added anything that wasn't just negligible to its own existence. This is why it's such a problem, is like they have to invent these new features that in their head are like Marvel hero outfits that have a noticeable thing that's not merely negligible. Now, the reason I say it would be negligible is like if the entire population that thing comes from, they already live in the water, they already are sufficient in their survival. They're doing quite well, perhaps. The difference between one organism, obtaining a web foot, that one organism doing that, and having a decent life or whatever. Maybe it had one little advantage or something as far as hunting, but not to the extent it would die otherwise. You know what I'm saying? It's like this would be the case with anything. Like take just basic things, like you're playing basketball. Just one move, saying that one move has a noticeable, massive difference in the overall playing of the team.
So if humans could swim faster, it doesn't apply.
Stop talking about humans. Stop talking about humans.
Okay.
So
Why? You don't want to talk about humans because you got cooked on humans.
So if one embryo, so if one embryo, right? Isn't this more of a Lamarckian view though? Isn't that something you reject?
It's not.
Okay.
No, it is
okay.
not.
So if an embryo,
it is though. It really is. There's no way escaping this, because the argument is a singular item, right? An individual had a web foot in their existence, right? They had a web foot, and they had a decent life. And he's arguing, well, if that mutation transfers down to the children, that really is a Lamarck view, which is the thing that you did well with in your life, that one thing that did well in your life transferred down to your children. That's exactly what Lamarck says.
Hatches a web feet, and otherwise its previous population didn't have web feet, you would determine whether or not that was selected for if it swam faster.
If it confers a survival advantage, the question will always be.
And the question is, how would you know?
If it confers a survival advantage.
Right. And post hoc, how would you know that? How would you know that was the thing that conferred the survival advantage? How would you know that?
Then it is more likely to stay alive, and therefore more likely to reproduce, and therefore more likely to pass on that genome to offspring.
Exactly.
This is evolutionary biology 101 that you should have learned in middle school. And if you want me to repeat it over and over and over again, I will. But the answer is never going to change.
Okay, so let's just carry the story out. So this individual has web feet, and it helps it swim, and therefore it helped it live.
What if evolutionists die out? Well, they are dying out.
Longer because it swam faster. Yep. Okay. And then it has children, right?
Yep.
Okay. So what part of the process transfers that web foot mutation to its offspring based on?
It passes on its DNA.
No. Watch. It's not the case, right? It doesn't ensure the passing on of that feature. Yeah, the DNA, but it doesn't assume. You don't assume suddenly that the next succession of generations will have that same quote individual advantage. Watch. I'll draw it out of them.
What do you mean? What process? Do you understand how reproduction works? You understand that the offspring.
These people are just so lost.
Gets its genome from the parents, right?
Yeah. But if it was random, it doesn't verify. It doesn't actually.
The initial mutation was random.
Watch this. He says that's the distinct thing that's random. The mutation. Watch.
Oh no.
Watch this. Watch. Oh, if he's going to talk now.
Jim Bob does. Oh no. Jim Bob thinks that for every organism to be the way it is, every organism starts off with a scratch genome that has.
That's nothing. Nobody said that.
Has to be mutated in exactly the same way.
Nope.
For it to end up the same organ.
Not even close, dude. Not even close to anything I said. Not anything close to what I thought. The string of words and sounds never crossed my mind. Not even close. Why do they lie? Like, why are they active liars? Atheists often arrive with the conversation already scripted in their minds. They don't listen. They assume every question is filtered through a mental script. That's true. They're Don Quixotes, yeah. No, I don't think any of that, dude.
Organism as another.
No.
That's what he just.
No, I think the opposite, actually. I think that us as children take on their parents' genes, right? We take on their genes. That's what informs how we are, what we're capable of, whatever, right? So, no, I think the opposite. What's in question here is the thing that mutated.
Argued for. He argued if you have two organisms that are the same species and they both have webbed feet.
No. I didn't say both. Wrong.
They both have to.
I didn't say both have webbed feet.
Start off from scratch.
No, I didn't say any of this, dude. You need your tongue removed.
And then somehow get exactly the same mutation. And that's from one generation to the next. No. If the parent has it, then it's not guaranteed to pass.
Yeah, if you listen to what I'm saying, that's what I'm getting to, dummy.
Pass it down, but it may pass it down.
Yeah, it's totally chance. That's my point.
The children inherit the trait. Oh, God.
Hold on a second.
It's amazing that you just invented something to kick down that I never thought or said.
Is it guaranteed that the offspring will get the webbed feet?
No, not guaranteed.
So now he said, Dave before said that part's chance, but now I'm getting him to understand that it's from his view, all of it's chance. That's the whole point. He just said, no, the mutation was chance. That's chance. That was just an accident, mutation. And I'm like, okay. So then what about it passing down? Is that chance?
In sexual reproduction, you have two parents, and you get a chromosome from each.
Another middle school concept.
Each chromosome.
Fucking Neil.
It's another middle school question.
No. It doesn't matter. Dude, I'm demonstrating that middle school understanding of affirmative positions make your defensive evolution very, very difficult.
It's a good question because
on meiosis.
It's not.
And stuff.
Okay, but now you have this view that, like, if something happens at the individual level, like webbed feet, and in that lifetime it survived and it did better, it could just be a happy accident that time.
Yes,
but what increases the chances of it passing that same web foot down?
Because if it lives longer, it has a statistically higher chance of.
No. I know existing, that's not saying much. Existing. What increases the chances of something passing something down? If it exists? No shit. I'm saying in the process, the genetic process itself.
Reproducing. And if it's a member of a.
That's like saying, like, what are the chances of this person climbing this building without any supportive rope? And they go, well, if it exists. Oh, yeah. And yeah, I was thinking that. What are the chances of this person winning the race this weekend? Well, they have to exist. That'll increase the chances of them winning the race. If they exist.
Species that produces a lot of offspring, then it's going to produce a lot of offspring. So the odds of its particular trait or whatever existing in the next generation is just statistically greater than individuals that don't have webbed feet, if webbed feet in this case happens to help.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, that's just like saying what increases the chances of the genetic information transferring from the parents if they have kids. It's like they're not saying anything because the population the web foot comes from that doesn't have web feet, they already have that down too without web feet. It's not saying anything.
Is there anything that increases that chances? Or no?
No, not in terms of the randomness of which chromosome from which parent goes into the offspring. No, it's chance.
Yeah, so it's just pure chance.
Okay, so it's just chance.
It's not just chance.
It is just chance. You just admitted it was, Peterson. What else is it now? That's what I'm pointing to, is that there's nothing purposeful about the process that both produced the web foot, it didn't produce for a reason, and the transfer of the web foot also didn't transfer for any reason or purpose or function. It's accidental, purely chance. What else is it going to be, Peterson?
Yeah, which chromosome,
let me-
which parent?
Can
Oh
I-
my gosh, Neil.
Can I attempt to just add some nuance
Shut up, Neil.
here? If I'm understanding this right, if it has a better survival chance because it can swim faster, it probably has a better chance to mate because it can.
Yeah, that's not saying anything because the previous things also, without web feet, have a perfect time mating without the web foot. It's just like arbitrarily assigning betterness to one thing and denying the entirety of everything before it.
Get out and find a mate.
100%. Good job, Neil.
So it might have a better chance of producing.
Also, most
reproducing it.
animals reproduce
Yeah, that's still post hoc. You don't know if it did that. That's what I'm asking. How do you know it did that?
more than one time, right? There are animals that produce thousands of progeny.
Right.
That's amazing.
Wait, why would swimming faster enhance the likelihood of finding a mate, Neil?
We don't know in this exact case. It's a total.
Thank you. At least Peterson understands. Now, watch. I get laughed at for asking the question. This guy doesn't. He admits you don't know. You don't know if that did the thing.
Hypothetical.
You really can't imagine that. You can't think of
Imagine. Thank you for admitting your epistemology again.
why that would be.
I'm asking you.
If it's
Because it can get around better. It can get around and find
Because I can imagine it?
more mates easier.
If it's dead,
Now, how do you know that? Because I imagined it.
it can't mate.
If it can't move around and its legs missing, it's not going to find a mate. If it can swim fast, it's going to find a mate.
It's also how this is the organism's niche, right? So it lives in an aquatic environment, or the webbed feet may make it better able to exploit an aquatic environment, which makes it better at gathering resources like food or mates, right? It's actually.
How would you know? To what extent, though? That's what I'm saying. Like, how would you know something was negligible or not? They don't know. They make it up in their head. Let's say there's an animal that lives in the water and it already is really good at doing what it does. Let's say it's vegetarian. Right? They have to imagine in their head that there's this moment where this tiny thing happened in one individual, by the way, that gave an advantage to that one individual. And they're pretending, when I ask them, isn't that Lamarck? A Lamarck view? And they're like, no, it's not.
Pretty simple.
Wait. What if the thing that's not swimming has closer proximity to the females?
It got lucky.
God, dude.
That's a lucky one. It got lucky.
No, it's all lucky, dude. You don't understand. It's all lucky. That's what I'm demonstrating.
But that's
They just rub their eyes. Oh God, they're not thinking about what I'm asking. Oh gosh, oh my gosh, he asked a question with an alternative circumstance where I have to now distinguish between the advantageous circumstance and the other version, and I have to double down on that. It's completely pure luck. You don't even know. You don't even know if the thing helped or not.
It sounds like it's not just post hoc. Like you're
There's
just
nothing
imagining.
post hoc. If it survives for longer, it has a better chance of reproducing and will reproduce more.
Okay, so I want to get this, and I don't want to keep you too long.
The last thing is Jim Bob tries to do this really cute gotcha where he says, what's the ultimate teleology behind the...
I didn't say anything like that. You do this funny thing where before I ask the question, you poison the well by misrepresenting what I'm saying to your audience so that they can then disengage with what I'm saying ahead of time, you dirty, filthy prick.
the reason you have a brain. And Dave correctly points out,
I didn't say ultimate. No one used the word ultimacy. Any purpose. Not higher purpose, not godly purpose, not, poetic understanding of what we are in the universe purpose. Nope. Just any purpose. Any purpose.
there's no orthogenesis in it. There was no goal that was set but was not yet realized that we got.
That's right. The goal isn't survival then. There is no goal to survive. You accidentally survive. There is no goal to process toxins. You just accidentally do it. There is no goal to remove waste from the body through defecation. That's an accident. There is no goal to using your brain properly and coming to conclusions. That's an accident too. Congratulations, Peterson. You're proving my point.
Got to at this point. And then Jim Bob says, oh, haha, so I got you to admit that your brain has no purpose. Therefore, nobody should listen to you. Haha. Well,
That's actually fair though. Because if your brain has no, he didn't even want to play it. Dude, cope is so hard. He didn't even want to play it. He didn't even want to repeat. Did he not play it? Did he really not play it?
A goal that was set, but was not.
No, maybe it skipped ahead.
Yet
Hold on.
realized that we got to at this point. And then Jim Bob says, "Oh, haha, so I got you to admit that your brain has no purpose. Therefore, nobody should listen to you, haha." Well, I hope you enjoyed that.
Oh, you didn't play it. Yeah. No, actually, if you actually played the exchange, I was very specific, Peterson. I actually got him to say his brain doesn't have the purpose for thinking. I didn't say, oh, you have no purpose of being human and being here, right? I didn't say that. I said, I got Peter. I got you to say this, by the way, in our post debate. Actually, you can find this on Modern Day Debate. I asked this to Peterson. He admits his brain has no purpose. If I got you or Dave to admit from your view, the brain itself, not you as a person, not all of this, the brain itself doesn't have the purpose for thinking. Now, nobody's really engaged with this. No one. He didn't play it. Yeah, it's a total tell. Because you could actually argue this as a win logically. It's not just a rhetorical win. This is a devastating concession. It's devastating. Absolutely devastating. I'll show you. I'll actually show you even further why it's devastating. It's devastating in a simple form. It's devastating because if your brain isn't purposed for thinking, you can't possibly know what's considered proper thinking or improper thinking, proper reasoning or improper reasoning, proper or accurate evaluation of sense data or improper evaluation of sense data. Your entire worldview just collapsed with one question. You're just too dogmatic to understand the entailments of it. That's it. It's really simple. You don't understand the entailments of the view. That's an insane view. Totally insane to hold this view. Now look at it from another angle here.
But you would say that your brain has no real purpose, right?
It has no inherent purpose. I use it for the purpose of thinking.
This part's even dumb. I don't know if Jay covered this, but Dave's position is I use my brain. Like there's a person named Dave, like a being that's not his brain, that's picking up his brain and using it. What's the dude? You're so devoid of any philosophy or metaphysics. You're so devoid of all of it. You just think there's a you named Dave that's separate from your brain that uses your brain.
Why would I listen
You are your brain from your view.
to sounds coming from a purposeless brain?
Because I'm right.
As you can see from that clip, he doesn't recognize that to deny the idea of telos or purpose, that things have some functionality beyond just use or advantage to actually having some universalized meaning would undermine his whole worldview. In the domain of philosophy, you have what's called teleology, or the study of purpose. And if you profess
controls
this teleological
Yeah. He's just chemical reactions, but he's controlling his chemical reactions.
worldview, which is what Dave's doing, even though he doesn't recognize it. The problem with that worldview is that you can do that, but you actually end up with a lot more problems on your hand when you do that. So when you say that, ultimately nothing has any purpose, you've adopted a dysteleological view of the world, which means that at a micro scale, everything you're doing and saying also is purposeless. And if everything is purposeless, then you can no longer actually adjudicate between the true and the false.
Yeah, you can't. There's no true. You cannot do true or false. You cannot say evolution's true even. If evolution were true, then you couldn't know or say evolution is true. They don't want to deal with this problem. This is a massive philosophical problem that really has been highlighted before, honestly. Like, in a sense, Bonson has covered this, but maybe not explicitly talked about just evolution in some of the things you'll hear. Or Plantinga. The thing is, like, it's the entailment of evolution is reduced to naturalism and physicalism. And even from the strict chemical reactions argument I've run, states of affairs, it's true. It's a complete defeater to knowing things. But from the evolutionary view itself, if you said the brain itself has no purpose to think, you couldn't possibly tell me how you knew someone was thinking properly, or even if the brain itself was working properly. You couldn't know that. Silvar says, it's even worse, Jim Bob, since the brain interprets all sense data. A purposeless brain can't do that, which destroys the ability to know if he's in reality or not. Yeah, it's not just saying, how do you know you're not a brain in a vat? It's actually saying, no, let's put aside solipsism for a second. Let's just take your view internally to its conclusion.
I was watching this video this morning about this guy, Professor Dave. Jim Bob came on and made him look like an absolute fool.
Simpler sexual reproduction existed. Just grant me that, bro. Well, pretty much. Jim Bob tricked that. I did. Well, it's not even a trick, but I mean, I was soft, you know. I came on unarmed, you know, not my aggressive self. Unarmed, ask really, you know, softball questions. Get him really comfortable in being in the affirmative, aggressive position. Get him feeling confident. It's easy to do that with that guy. It's a great tactic, in fact.
And he made this video calling you a wiener or something. Like, what did he call you? Something
stupid wiener,
like a wiener of some sort. 30 seconds to come in and make this guy admit that he has no purpose and that he's just right because he's right. So what's going on with that? Let's quickly just play this for a second, because I've got this clip up here of Jim Bob doing this to him.
Natural selection is not.
Here, well, let's play what Peterson couldn't. Peterson didn't have the heart.
Okay, so then would you agree that from your perspective that the brain was a process of random mutations, produced by random mutations?
Brains in general and every other organ and every other aspect of all life ever, yes.
Okay, so then, and it wasn't developed for any purpose, right?
No, not any inherent purpose, but it serves, it is useful, right? Animals
Inherent.
with brains have processing ability, and then especially humans, we have this huge frontal
Inherent.
lobe that is capable
I
of all
understand.
kinds of complex.
I understand. But you would say that your brain has no real purpose, right?
It has no inherent purpose.
And by the way, inherent means existing in something as permanent, essential, characteristic, attribute. So the brain, according to his view, has no inherent, essential purpose for thinking. It's not essential to its characteristic, as a characteristic, to its nature, to think. Saying inherent actually makes it worse when he actually puts that little qualifier there. It's like when you look up what inherent actually means, and he said no inherent purpose.
I use it for the purpose of thinking.
Okay,
I use it.
You know, it's not made.
The brain. What he just said is the brain uses it for the purpose of thinking. The brain has no purpose, but the brain uses the brain for thinking.
For the purpose of thinking.
There is no God that on purpose made things with the purpose that
I didn't say God. No, God doesn't exist in this hypothetical.
Okay.
I just want you to understand from your view.
Then you would agree that nothing would have any kind of inherent purpose,
including you talking
from a higher power. If it's all chance, then
and everything you're saying is chance.
There's no inherent purpose to anything other than
everything you're saying is chance. You goblin.
Then what proliferates due to conferring a survival advantage.
I mean, his nose goes so far down over his front lip from a camera that's beneath him.
And so why would I listen to sounds coming from a purposeless brain?
Because I'm right.
Because I'm right. Okay, that's a nice assertion. And then he made this video. I'm not even going to play the video he made of you because it was so ridiculous. He just basically strawman your whole position, and he would get various moments where you were doing comedic acts because obviously you're part comedian, political commentator, and everything else that you do. But he'd get moments where you were clearly joking and doing the comedy side of things, and then he would act like you were making a totally serious point and not just being goofy. And it's like, what a dishonest bad faith.
He's a bag. He's a real bag of wieners.
Sackless thing to do.
He is.
Why is
he's a
he
bag
doing
of
that to you?
wieners.
Have you guys had interactions as well?
No, I mean, I think like you, I only heard about this guy because he would do this sort of flat Earth stuff, and he would debate, the creationists and whatnot. And I don't ever really approach things from a scientific perspective, not because I don't find it interesting. It's just that my training's in philosophy. So whenever I do the atheist debates, it's usually in the domain, almost always in the domain of philosophy. So I make the transcendental argument, which is a philosophical argument. So he wasn't really ever on my radar, except that Jim Bob sort of started calling him out and critiquing him some months ago, and then there was a little bit of critique that Jim Bob and I did of some of his argumentation, and I critiqued it from a philosophical perspective. And I even said in that first video, like, if I was to debate this guy, I would debate the philosophy of science and the philosophy of evolution, because they do have philosophical commitments, even if they don't recognize it. And that's relevant because when these recent exchanges start.
And by the way, you'd think that these philosophically based, atheistic, philo nerds, which I enjoy some of them, especially, over at Breakfast Tacos, there, a lot of them are insufferable, but they pride themselves on being into philosophy. And yet, once you get into the philosophy of science in regards to their dogma about evolution, they kind of fall apart and then they lose consistency. I don't know, what is that? Like, why would you get worked up if someone brought a philosophical angle to the assumptions that are baked into evolution or something like this? Why would you need to call them names even? You'd be like, all right, give us a shot.
Started happening, Dave said, well, this guy won't debate the science. He won't debate the chemistry, this, that. Well, I never said I would. That's not my training. I only debate tag and the philosophical perspective because that's what I do. Jim Bob, of course, went more on the scientific, criticism of evolutionary claims and whatnot, because that's what Jim Bob likes to focus on. But what's funny about that clip is that clip demonstrates the precise reason why Dave has said multiple times he will not debate anything philosophically, because he doesn't have a grasp of that. He doesn't understand that.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. You can't separate philosophy from science. You just can't do it. Like, that's one thing people have to understand. You can't separate them. And so even if you apply some scientific, quote, statements, right? If you apply the statements, scientific statements, and you assert them, you're still doing philosophy. You are doing philosophy, okay? So if you do philosophy and examining and evaluating empiricism or the scientific method and these things, they're all very useful, especially when it comes to applied science. But to pretend that you're not also simultaneously doing philosophy is something you just can't ignore. Like, you can't pretend to ignore it. It doesn't go away if you ignore it. It doesn't go away if you just call people pre-suppers or, insufferable theists and this kind of stuff. It doesn't go away. The philosophy that precedes science will never go away. You only have science as an activity because you have the philosophy that precedes it. So to me, it's like we're in like a bit of an era, and I don't know who's to blame, or maybe nobody. We're in an era where people are, they really think that sort of like a neutral empirical position you can hold. Like, it's neutral. It's philosophically neutral. It's not. That's what we're trying to tell you guys. There's no philosophically neutral position you can go into empiricism and science with. You can't. You have to. The irony is that you do have to presuppose a bunch of things. So everyone's a presuppositionalist. Everyone's like, quote, pre-supper. That's not, look, we're laughing at these people because everyone presupposes something. And they're, oh, presuppers, waste of time. You're a presup. You presup too. Just, they don't want to admit it because it's, it's associated. It's just like the word faith. I don't want to admit I have faith in anything. Why? Because I'm a smart, rational person. I go based on evidence. Yeah, that requires a whole view to go on evidence. That's not evidence-based. You assume a bunch of things that are not evidence-based to then do evidentialism. You have to. Hey, what's up, Erica? Wonderful to catch up on live. You're coming in to debate Forrest tonight. No, that's not a debate. Formal debates, okay? Formal debates. You guys setting up a live stream that it's two people and me calling in with no moderation, right? No independent moderator, where you control everything, is not a debate. Thanks for quoting it, at least as a debate. What I asked you guys, both of you, is, will you debate evolution, you affirm it, and I cross-examine it from the inside? You denied that. You didn't want to do that. You said no to that. That's fine. If you want to do that, it's not your thing. You do more of like this other approach. Maybe you're not a debater. That's fine too. Nothing against you for not being a debater. Maybe even Forrest too. You guys colloquially talk to people who come in hot or go back and forth. But the thing is, a debate really is a distinct thing from a online call-in conversation. It really is. It's more orderly. It's orderly. It's focused. It reduces its prompts to something very specific that you could actually get into. And that's why I like debating. Those call-ins immediately go to red herrings, non sequiturs. It gets into a false dialectic, honestly, between theism, generally speaking, or creationism, generally speaking, and evolution. Even the term creationism, generally speaking, isn't incompatible with the narrative that's told about evolution. It just goes nowhere. That's why I like to debate people who are advocating and teaching and telling the story of evolution and getting into the internal claims that they're making. That's why I debated an evolutionary biologist. That's why I'm debating next week a professor. I don't know if he's a professor of biology, but he's going to affirm evolution. And debates are fair to the extent that they're moderated. But call-ins, like the line would be like, the line is the lion's den. It's like, that's not a debate. That doesn't have any control mechanisms in it, right? I do encourage people to call in. If you guys ever find some weaknesses and some counterpoints to evolution, you should call in to Gutzik and Forrest. But those are like, there is a call-in queue. You wait. You're not going to necessarily get the time you need. There's other callers. There's all sorts of processes you guys have in place. That's just not proper debating. Gutzik. Oh, you're actually not referring to her. Sorry. Yeah. Are you coming or not? No, I don't just call in to. I won't just call in. The reason I called in with Professor Dave is that I know Neil, and I've talked to these people before, and I don't know that I'll get the chance to debate Dave. I already offered you a debate, right? You said no. And by the way, she said no. The debate would be the mechanisms of evolution. And Gutzik Gimid wrote this, right? Erica, you wrote this in an email, which is hilarious. I shouldn't have to explain the mechanisms of evolution to someone I agree to debate with. Gutzik, if the mechanisms are the thing in question, You shouldn't have to explain the mechanisms of evolution if the mechanisms of evolution is the topic of the debate. That's awfully convenient. That's what I thought. Yeah, you're coming in hot. Yeah. And you think that's like a tough position? Oh, that's what I thought. I declined through Breakfast Tacos a proper formal debate where I defend evolution against you. But then I invite you to a 2-on-1 unmoderated thing, and you say no, and you say that's what I thought. Unbelievable. Oh, they're all in here. Valkai says, I read the emails we sent you live on air twice. We promised not to hang up on you. No, that's still not a debate, dude. That's two people running the show. No moderation. No moderation. If you guys think that evolution can be defended in a formal debate, why are you holding on to a call-in show where you're in total control? If you were that convicted in evolution and the claims you're making, why is it that in the invitation to debate it formally in a formal setting with a moderator, why would you say no to that and instead go call in my totally controlled show? You know what I mean? I don't understand. Goober, can you not read? I should have to explain to someone I'm debating. I already know. I didn't ask you to explain anything. I didn't ask you to explain to me what you think random mutation is or what you think is happening. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I didn't ask for that. That's what's in question. I'm asking you to defend your claims, primarily the claim that random mutation produces, over time, through accidental processes, produces hyper-specialized features that do things accidentally. You can't just argue evolution without tackling all of these assumptions. I don't grant the assumptions. Most of the time you guys debate people or, have them call in. Sometimes, at least a lot of times, you have to grant the assumptions and then try to tackle evolution from the existing interpretations of everything. But the one someone goes, wait a second, hold on a second. Can we just look at this for a second? Let's look at these terms. Let's look at cladistics for a second. Let's look at these terms. Let's look at whether or not there's actually any purpose to these functions. Now, I don't know if you guys agree with Dave, Forrest, or Erica. Do you guys agree with Dave that the brain doesn't have a purpose for thinking? It just accidentally is equipped to, quote, think from random mutation? Is that what you believe? Is that what you believe? Do you believe that the brain, like Dave said, has no purpose to think? It just has an accidental function to think. I don't know how many times I have to say this. You agreed to debate evolution, need to know what the mechanisms are and how they work. Yeah, I do. And if I didn't know that, that would just put you in favor and make me look silly, right? That's funny that you're using what would otherwise be an advantage to you as a means to not debate me. Now, let's get clear, Gutsick Gibbon. You said no to the debate because you wanted it to be creationism versus evolution. You turned down the debate. I'll even let you use ChatGPT. Yeah, I don't use ChatGPT. I have my philosophical angles already down, and you can't refute them. I don't need ChatGPT. There's nothing you can say that at the molecular level that's going to properly extrapolate out to the mass macro level without committing a fallacy, without assuming something you can't actually justify, right? That's why you guys don't want to debate people who are so-called pre-supping you. It's because if your assumptions are under question, then you guys, you can't really defend yourself. They're trying to bully me. I mean, they're fine. They're fine. They're asking. They're here asking. It's like, what's the point? Like, I don't understand the problem. You're giving me clips on a silver platter. I don't care. Use the clips as you want. You know what I mean? I won't support debate the data. No, data needs to be interpreted. Got sick. Clip it. Tell your audience how you think data whispers to you what it means. Data? No, data needs interpretation. Do you agree? It doesn't matter. Data itself doesn't give you a mechanism, right? Because an event, to argue evolution, you're arguing that an event is taking place, a process. Data is not itself the process. You're philosophically retarded. Data doesn't interpret itself, lady. Why would I dedicate the time and energy needed for a debate with someone who doesn't know the basics of the topic? We offered a good faith conversation on a large platform. Sad for you to turn down. What do you mean a good faith conversation? You guys you just admitted you just are clip farming. You just admitted to clip farming. How is that good faith? You just admitted in my chat to clip farming. You weasel. It's unbelievable, these people. They're such snakes. They like admit they're snakes and then they're like, what? I'm good faith. I'm good. No, I'm good faith. No. I got so many clips of you already. Why would I waste the time? You're in my chat. Look, she does testing too. She does testing too. Debate me and find out. You're the one tap dancing in my chat. You debate me and find out. If I don't know them, I look stupid, right? They're trying to, look, they're here trying to get a litmus test because they don't know what they're getting involved with. They're like, how do we do this? Totally bad faith. Erica, you already admitted your bad faith. You admitted in your email. I read it. I read the parts of your email that are clearly bad faith. Do you want me to read them again to the audience? I'm happy to. Yeah. If you want to come in here admitting that you already got clips of me, that's already bad faith, by the way. You little slime ball. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a look at your good faith exchange, shall we? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do this. These people. They really are sick. Okay. Let's look at the good faith exchange, the opener from Erica Gutsick. Oh, thank you so much.
Don't be snakes. Don't be big snakes.
She says you seem to have hang-ups about basic concepts and assumptions in science. Yeah. That'll directly hinder any conversation about the data. Data needs interpretive assumptions. She wrote this. She wrote that. She says, you seem to have hang-ups about very basic concepts and assumptions in science that I think will directly hinder any conversation about the data. The data is interpreted by the assumptions. Okay. You said, here's the part, right? I used to debate anyone that offered, and I really still do, although they rarely offer anymore. But when it smells like someone's going to be bad faith, I get receipts beforehand. I don't know how to tell you this, Erica, but that statement is bad faith. You literally just told me in an email to the moderator that you think I, quote, smell bad faith. You want a prenup. Weasels. Email not on screen. Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't want to put the email on my email page on a screen. I'm just reading parts of it. So yeah, you guys, there's plenty of evolutionary biologists who have no problem debating. I debated the last guy. He didn't have all these hang-ups. He didn't say, hey, you guys, you need to call in the line where it's 2 verse 1. That's what you need to do. No, they just agreed to the debate, right? Does evolution make sense? Is evolution true? Is evolution something that is justified? These kind of questions. And you guys are like, no, we're not doing that. Show the whole thing? You can't even read the whole thing. What do you mean? If you want me to read it, if you want me to read the whole thing, you think the whole thing makes you look good? What are you talking about? I don't have to show the whole thing. I'm doing that I'm doing that for you, not to show the whole thing. Just showing key points that are clearly bad faith. You said it smells like someone's going to be bad faith. That's what you said. That's bad faith, Erica. That's bad faith. And you said, no, the topic of this debate would be, does the science support human evolution or creationism? That's a false dichotomy, first of all. That's a false dichotomy. She's filled with a holy science spirit. It tells her what the data means. Yeah, the data interprets itself. Yeah, so you guys, my audience already knows what you try to do, and you already let your veil down, lady. You just told a bunch of people in my chat that you were clip farming me in my chat. How do you manage to look so cowardly when you're fighting me in the chat? It's your show. You should be able to look better than this. Read the whole email. I don't need to read your whole... how many characters is this? It's like an essay. Why would I need to read your whole email to point out one point that's bad faith? Why? What are you talking about? I don't need to read the email. You control nothing here, lady. You control nothing. It's cowardly to not bore my audience with your long-winded essay about how you're not going to debate me? Read the whole email, Jim Bob. Why? It's boring. There's nothing in there. It's all just excuses of why you're not going to debate the topic, and you're going to switch the topic to something else, okay? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. If you don't accept my presuppositions and I debate me within the presuppositions, then it's not fair. That's why she had Will Duffy on, because he was soft, or he agreed to a bunch of terms that she laid out. You know what I'm saying? That definitely happened. Based on this email that you sent to me and Tacos, those conditions, all of your conditions. He came in like zip-mouthed. He was like, okay, Erica, I promise I will operate how you say so, and I will not question fundamental assumptions. It's boring, by the way. Here, look, we'll read it. Here, let's do it this way. Ready? Here, let's have fun. Ready? We'll have AI read the whole thing. Let's do it the vocal way, shall we? Who does it better? Grok? Read text to voice the following. All right. Let me see. No. Hold on a second. Can you text to voice the following?
Go ahead. What do you want me to say? Hi, Taco and Jim Bob. I've taken the liberty here to include Jim Bob in this conversation so he knows what I'm amenable to prior to agreeing to chat. First, for Taco, I'm really always quite flexible with format, and what you've outlined sounds fine. I have a lot of experience just chatting with the audience.
It's not an argument, Valkai. You twerp.
Oh, it isn't. Well, then why are you getting so worked up over it?
Oh shit!
If it's
Hold on, sorry. I had the voice still on. I can't talk while this is on. Hold on a second. Wait, we need a really annoying female voice right now. That's what we need. Okay, here we go. Speed a little faster. She talks really fast like Ben Shapiro.
Got it. I'll pick up the pace. But honestly, Ben
Oh,
Shapiro's
that's way too
speed
fast.
just means he talks.
That's way too fast. Okay. Argumentative, definitely. Okay, can you read the following text to voice, please?
Read it out then. I'm listening. Hi, Taco and Jim Bob. I've taken the liberty here to include Jim Bob in this conversation so he knows what I'm amenable to prior to agreeing to chat. First, for Taco. I'm really always quite flexible with format, and what you've outlined sounds fine. I have a lot of experience just chatting with the audience too, so I'd be happy to stick around, assuming we can make this happen. The 5th, 12th, and 19th all look okay schedule-wise. For both, but primarily Jim Bob. Today, I took a bit of time to watch Jim Bob's interactions with others on MDD to revise/confirm my expectations of him, and I have a few thoughts. Jim Bob, I am happy to debate you on the evidence for evolution, but given your presuppositional stylings, I'm not sure how fruitful it'll be. You seem to have a lot of hang-ups about very basic concepts and assumptions in science that'll directly hinder any conversation about the data. For example, in one interaction, I saw you take issue with the assumption that fossils represent populations. I can explain to you how we recognize pathology in the fossil record, the rarity of fossilization in general, dramatically reducing the odds that anomalous individuals will preserve, or that in the case of hominins, we have a very rich record that directly confirms.
Okay,
Understood.
Okay, already she's literally trying to debate. She's trying to assert the thing she's trying to debate in the email. She's like, no, I'm not going to debate you. I'm going to literally barf my view onto you first. I'm just going to barf my view on you. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to barf it out, okay? Let me just barf it all out on you. Lady, that's the thing you're debating. I don't need an email with you claiming what you believe. Okay? Will can name the 4 mechanisms. Yeah, I know the mechanisms. You're doing your little pithy, I bet you can't name stuff. Why don't you debate me, Goblin? Oh, you can't name the things. You can name the things. How about you just debate? This is what they think is debating. They think that if they ask you a question, let's imagine nobody knows anything, right? If they ask you a question and you go, I don't know, tell me how this works. You can't still internally critique them anyway. It's like it's not even the right angle. Like, you wouldn't use this in any other circumstance where you're trying to convey what evolution is. You're assuming that your opponent actually doesn't know. That's what you're assuming. You're literally trying to what? No, you're trying to get me to call in the line where you control the entire thing, okay? The reason a debate formally works is because you can't control the topics. You can't control where it goes. A moderator controls and a timed session controls, okay? You're a weasel. You've already admitted you're trying to get clips from me. You're a weasel. Yeah, it's like so pushy too. You know what I'm saying? It's like debate assault. They're literally harassing. It's like this is like, from their view, this would be like harassment. To me, I'm fine with it, but from their view, it's like they're literally harassing. I didn't agree to debate Dave. What do you mean, agreed to debate Dave? Yeah, was that a debate? Did I debate? Did Dave say yes to a debate? Do you think a call-in is a debate? Your brain doesn't work. I just literally told you the difference between a call-in and a debate. Me calling in and asking Dave for a couple of answers to some questions isn't a debate. So you saying, weird how you agreed to debate Dave, you're not listening. It's like, I have to teach you the difference between a formal debate and a call-in. And you go, well, why did you debate Dave then? And I go, that's a call-in. I told you why I called into Dave. Because I know Neil. It was Neil's stream. Not that Neil's a good moderator. He sucks. But I know Neil. That's why. I've called in the line before. You guys don't... like, the line is not... Look, it's like this. It's like, I wouldn't even consider my own channel to be a proper, fair place to debate. Okay? I don't consider my own channel that, okay? They should take philosophy, yeah. I mean, maybe Forrest took a little bit of philosophy. He seems to have a little of the language down. Read my email where I address the points. No, you just said no in a long way, dude. You guys are just... Look, it's easy. You don't want to debate in a formal setting where evolution and its assertions are under cross-examination. Just say it. All you got to do is say it. You don't want to agree to a formal debate on a formal debate channel that has a moderation where you make the affirmative of evolution and it's cross-examined. You want to do it on your channel with no moderation. That's what you want to do. 50 members. Thank you so much. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. You know, that's the benefit of engaging with these people is that it's very rewarding. You know, because they go off mouthing off so much, you know, and they're so despicably condescending. They really are. Really disgusting humans. Self-proclaimed apes acting like apes. What a surprise. I still want to get your guys' view on whether or not you think the brain exists to think. I can't even get you guys to even engage with one question. You're like, call in the line, call in the line, call in the line, call in the line. Direct quote from my email. Although we rarely engage in such behaviors, what behaviors? Muting and tag teaming are valid criticisms against shows like ours. We agree to take those off our table for your benefit. Why am I trusting you? I agree, even though I'm totally biased and my show's entirely biased, and I'm saying no to a formal debate. I agree to you that I will be fair according to my own standards. Dude. I totally accept that it's not fair. Jim Bob, that is a great insight you have there. Where in that statement, Valkai, do you agree to a moderated debate on a channel that does debates, not your channel that doesn't do debates? You know what? I totally will be the moderator for you. I promise, I promise, I promise. No, I will not do a formal debate, but I promise I will mimic one on my channel. I promise so much. Uncarved says, I challenged Aaron Ra to a debate on a neutral platform. He insisted I call the line. He did something similar to me, though. It's actually worse. He boomered me so hard. He told me to meet him in the Facebook comments. I'm not even joking. I'm not even being hyperbolic. He said, meet me over at Facebook. That's what he said. Well, they're clip farming. They're gonna do their thing. They're gonna collect clips, and then they're gonna tell their low IQ audience that like I'm running from calling in the line, when the reality is I'm holding firm to a debate because that's what's proper. It's proper to hold to a debate. That even that exchange with Dave, that should be done in debate, in a formal setting where there's a moderator and there's time. There's time allowed for it. There's an affirmative. There's a cross-examination. There's an opener. There's a conclusion. Formal. You guys are wilding out in my chat right now. Like anything but debate formally, right? Anything. Did he call it the Facebook? I think he may have. He was like, I'll show you in the comments. I was like, wow. Okay. I mean, what gives, honestly? I must have really kicked the nest here to have Forrest and Erica in my chat right now, harassing me to agree to terms that I already said no to, and me reminding them that they initially said no to my terms. This happens in debate all the time. It usually doesn't result in one of the sides coming into the chat further harassing the person that they already said no. Do you know what no means no? Isn't that one of your guys' thing? No means no? You know what I'm saying? What are you guys? What are you guys doing? You guys are like the creepy people when the bar closes and the chick's like, stop, I want to go home. And they're like, yeah, but just go into the line with me. Can we just go to the line together? I promise I'll be nice. I'll be gentle. Come to the line. No, I already said. I'm taking an Uber home, a.k.a. formal debate. No. I have an Uber too. Forrest is all, I don't know, Becky. I also have a car that could be an Uber. I promise I'll act like an Uber driver, Becky. Come on, Becky. Becky, come with me. It's okay. No means no. He dunked on me. It's impossible to dunk on me if you admit that your brain has no purpose to think. There's no such thing as dunking on. That would assume that reason and argumentation and good points can be made. You can't do that if your brain is purposeless. That means your accidental epiphenomenal effects of your brain are superior to someone else's. How? You don't have to call in the line. I know that. Thanks a lot. You don't have to come home with me, Becky. We don't have to waste our time, waste a week of our lives preparing a debate for someone who doesn't know that natural selection works, the thing in question. Hey, tell me, Valkai, how do you know when natural selection isn't at work? How would you determine that? One methodological question I can ask you, and you're going to go silent. You're making a lot of words. How do you know, by what method, Valkai, did you determine that natural selection isn't at work? You guys are such cowards. You're just you're in the chat assuming the thing, right? I understand what you think is happening with natural selection, okay? I make the analogy all the time. From your view, natural selection is a type of quality control system for the things that have been made in the factory. My attack on evolution isn't whether or not the external world determines causally whether things live or die. That's not what I'm talking about. You don't even know my view. What I attack, Forrest, is the factory itself. I don't attack whether or not you guys believe that the external world, with all of its forces and conditions, ultimately determine whether something lives or dies. I admit that. That's the reality we live in. That's still true for anything. But that doesn't tell you what the mechanisms that build things are. The judgment the external world makes, non-mind judgment, but you get what I'm saying colloquially. The judgment that the external world makes on whether or not an organism or a group of organisms or an entire species lives or dies doesn't have anything to do with your claim that random mutation maintains hyper-specialized organs and things that do tasks accidentally. That's your claim. I did. I kicked some nest I kicked. They're like, this guy's a problem. Why am I a problem if I don't know anything? Why are you here? If I'm just a bumbling fool who knows nothing, why are you in my chat begging me to call in? You guys think the mechanisms for evolution are random, and you think random things in a process produces hyper-specialized, purposeful, task-oriented functions. That's what you guys believe. You guys have to defend that belief, okay? All of it's random. Every single aspect. All of it. Even natural selection, they say that's not random. When you really look at it, even that would be random. Likelihood would be random from that view. We're trying to give you every chance to not chicken out. Chicken out of what? You mean doing a formal debate? Nice projection. Nice projection. Chicken out of what? The thing I never agreed to and initially asked you guys to do a formal debate and you guys said no? Chicken out? The projection is super high quality here. You're not fooling anyone. You'll fool your low IQ audience. I don't care about that. The fact that you think you're literally making hard-hitting points here, you're not engaging with my points. You see what I'm saying? You're not actually engaging with anything I'm saying. You're showing no interest in my view. You're just doing pithy responses. It's weak. It's pathetic. You're just gaslighters. You guys are psychopaths, honestly. You're like a creepy couple who waits in a van for someone to leave the apartment. That's what you guys are acting like right now. You guys are sick. No, even the Discord, no. I want a formal debate with these people. You just got done asking how to tell if natural selection isn't working. That's a middle school concept. Telling me it's a middle school concept doesn't actually answer the question. Saying some words doesn't explain anything. I want a methodology. Equilibrium, not a methodology. You guys have no answers. That's the thing. You obfuscate and you say, middle school this, middle school that. That's not a methodology. Nothing you said, Gutsick Goblin, is a methodology. Nothing you said. You see how they do this? What's the methodology? How do you know? Because Dave, do you guys agree with Dave, by the way? Do you guys agree with Dave that humans are no longer subject to natural selection? Do you guys agree with that statement? My brother in Darwin, I'm listening. They're low high school. You don't, just belittling me. Let's pretend I'm in high school. Let's pretend I'm a high school student for now. Okay, douchebag? I'm a little high schooler. Hey, Valkai, can you tell me how you determine whether or not human beings are subject to natural selection anymore or not? How can you tell that? I'm a high school student. So instead of insulting me and saying I'm doing high school level stuff.
Must truly be on its deathbed if the people arguing for it are desperately in your chat instead of agreeing to a neutral platform with a moderator.
Yeah.
Glory to God.
Yeah. Valkai, pretend I'm in high school. Pretend I'm a student for a second, because you can't use that as an excuse against a student, okay? So if you need to imagine you're teaching someone who's high schooler, that you can't insult them for being a high schooler. Let's pretend I'm a high schooler. Hey, Professor, Forrest, is it true that human beings are no longer subject to natural selection because of their advancements? Let's start with one question. See, I'm a student right now. Ready? Is it true Professor Dave, I watch him, and he said that humans are no longer subject to natural selection because of their advancements, because they don't kill the weak. They keep the weak alive. And I thought, well, isn't that keeping the weak alive? How could that be an advantage over time? I just want to know how you determined where the threshold at which something is no longer under the natural selection hammer. Can you tell me that, Forrest? Don't insult me. I'm only in 7th grade, Forrest. I just have a beard. It's weird that they can't answer a high school question. Yeah. That's exactly right. They're like, anything to make them look intellectually superior demonstrates they're not even interested in teaching. They're not even interested in teaching. Look, pretend I'm just like if I'm who you guys think I am, you'd think you'd debate formally with me. If I'm just a 7th grade mind trying to figure this stuff out, I'm demonstrating that 7th grade minds producing 7th grade level questions, you guys are having a hard time with, okay? It's basic math. Yeah, exactly. You're going to run. You can write a lot in the chat, but when I ask you math, how basic math determines, that doesn't tell me how you know when something is subject to a physical thing called natural selection. Math describes, it doesn't determine. Natural selection is a scientific claim. Math is descriptive, not scientific. That's an embarrassing thing. I'm glad you said that. Well, Jim Bob, you're asking a question about biology and science, which is scientific. But I can answer a scientific question with math. No, you can't. Beautiful. So glad you wrote that. That's a W. Math describes, doesn't tell me how you determine the threshold. Math doesn't determine thresholds for the thing you're claiming for. You know, you're so, it's so embarrassing. Math is descriptive, not scientific. Yeah, that's, what do you mean unreal? Science is a method. Math describes. I could mathematically describe a unicorn. Does that make it scientific? Gutsick Gibbon? This is why I would eat you alive in a debate. Because a debate would include philosophy. And you guys are troglodytes. You guys are troglodytes. You're primitive. You're primitive beasts. Yeah, math is descriptive. You can't do science. You can't replace science with math and call it science. Science, you can use math. But science, the endeavor of science, you can't. Math itself is descriptive. It's just descriptive. This is beautiful. I'm glad I get to know more about your mind. You see how they have nothing to say back, right? They just go LOL, unreal. They don't actually say anything. They're so used to their shows where they just belittle callers that they're not used to just engaging with like basic questions. Math describes. Math doesn't explain anything. Math describes. My good sir, you expect me to give you a private lesson in biology? No, I didn't ask you that. I just asked you a very quick question, and now you're obfuscating. Did anyone in the chat ask me to give a biology lesson from Forrest? No, I asked you for a basic methodology. Right? Basic methodology. How do you determine, using math, right? Math is a tool. How do you determine using the tool math when something declaratively is no longer subject to natural selection? That was the question. You can't answer it. You didn't answer it. This is fun. Spineless cowards. Quote, logic isn't a tool. Don't you want to be cool? Religion? Question mark. You probably like ICE and don't support BLM and don't have a letterbox. Be cool and smart like us. Logic doesn't let you fit in the science. Also, women can have penises. Don't forget that part, statin guy. You know, follow the science. There are men who are trying to breastfeed children that they adopt. There are men trying to breastfeed children that they adopt. I love how you're saying you won't call in a show because it's not formal debate, but you're gloating that we won't answer your brainless questions here. Yeah, you're here. I'm not over at your guys' channel. You're here. I didn't ask you to be here. It's totally consistent. There's not a contradiction there. What's P and not P? This is why you guys suck at logic and philosophy. Consistency? Am I right? No, you're not right. That's why I'm not over at your channel. You're here, dickhead. Stop being a bigot and tell people their lives don't matter. Wonderful idea, men can breastfeed. It's inclusive. Transphobic. You see what I'm saying? You guys are so low tier. So if I deny that a man can breastfeed a child, that makes me transphobic now. This is where we're at with these cultists. Wait a second. Wait a second. Can daddy breastfeed and give mommy a break? The doctor says, sure. I watched The Line. Sure, no, I watched The Line. You can try. Something will come out of there. We'll get something out of there. This is their science, right? This is their cult. This is how they act. They think they're for truth. They think they're for reason, right? Hey, Valkai, here, without doing a biology course, can a man be a woman? Can a male be a woman? Does Jim Bob regularly make up conversations that never happen? What do you mean conversations that never happen? Which conversation never happened? That where someone actually claimed to be a male and to breastfeed? What do you mean? That conversation happens a lot. Where are you? Where are you? I'm just asking both of you, because you're science-based, right? I just have a simple question, Forrest. Can a female be a man? Yes or no? I agree with Jim Bob on the gender stuff, but he doesn't want the evidential smoke with Gutsit gimmick. No, evidence that's a thing in question, Craig. That's the thing being debated, okay? Like, for instance, when you look at the fossil record, is that evidence for things changing? Is it evidence for the event, things changing?
We are not transphobic. We don't hate troons. We just think it's completely disgusting. There's a difference.
That's right. And by the way, if you take the disgust element from your evolutionary view, it's totally normal to be disgusted by things, in fact. How could it not be selected for? Of course it could be. So they don't want to deal with the entailments of their views. That's why they never have them on. By the way, discussing evolution, there are certain topics on the line you're literally not allowed to cover. You're not allowed to. So some of the entailments of your guys' wild views, you can't even discuss on your own channel. You can't. You can't discuss them. Your chat even has your number. You don't know enough data to even talk about it. Data doesn't justify events or mechanisms. You still don't understand what you're talking about. You think data is a justification for an activity? What are you talking about? Data needs interpretation. There's nothing in the data that you can point to that can explain how Random mutation produces hyper-specialized things that also don't have a purpose to be specialized. Let's look at the data. Let's look at the data. The data is not what's in question. What's in question is the explanatory power of the mechanism itself. And you guys can't do it. So you instead tell stories based on the data, and you think that's science. Well, the data supports my imagined philosophy. Okay. Well, that doesn't tell me how it is, and you won't answer this. You won't answer this. Jim Bob won't leave his echo chamber, engage in an actual debate. That's actually the opposite. I invited them away from their echo chamber and away from mine to go to a neutral place for a debate. So you're lying. You guys are liars. They're the ones saying they don't want to do an actual debate. They want me to go to their echo chamber. I didn't invite them here, Doom-based. Have you ever heard of cathedral theory, aptly descriptive of these two midwits? I'll check it out. You don't even know how gender works. Yeah, you don't have an answer. All of your answers, like pretend I was a student again. Hey, Professor Volkai. Hey, douchebag. Can females be men? You don't even understand how gender works, so I don't have to actually explain myself. All you're doing is dodging, dude. It's literally all you guys do. I ask a very pointed question. You say you're in good faith going to answer it. This is a testing ground. And you answer with, you don't even understand it. Yeah. That's what a question is for. Imagine accusing someone for asking a question about something they don't quite understand, and you not answering it on the grounds that they don't understand it. Hey, Forrest, let me do this a different way. Hey, Forrest, I don't really understand if your position is females can be men. I don't understand it. I want to understand it. Can you explain that? Well, you don't understand it. Yeah, I admitted that. I don't understand how a female can be a man. What are we referring to as a man then? What is that? Oh, you don't understand it. Yeah, I know that. I already said that. Yeah, I'm glad you're learning here. So I don't understand it, and I want to understand it. What's the distinction you're making between a female and a man being a man? What is it they're being? What is the ontology of this thing called a man that they're being? What is it? Well, you don't understand it. Oh, great. So you told me nothing. Like, look, I could ask very basic, simple questions, and they literally short circuit. Hey, Forrest, let's do it again, Forrest. This is fun. Hey, Forrest. Here, let's start with a basic establishing question. Hey, Forrest Valkai, let's see if you could answer one yes or no question in good faith. One single yes or no question. Is there a difference between gender and sex? It's a yes or no question. Is there a difference between gender and sex? Normal conversation with no mute button, you declined. Okay. So is there a difference between gender and sex? Any difference between gender and sex? You're going to have to say yes, right? Right? Yes? Okay. It's a yes or no question, though. Let's see if you can do yes or no, because how could I engage with you in a conversation if you can't demonstrate to say yes or no questions? Answer yes or no. How could I possibly have confidence in a conversation with someone who can't even fulfill a yes or no question? Oh, we are laughing. Yeah, we're laughing. Yeah. Come on, Forrest. You're the teacher here, buddy. You're the smug teacher. Is there a difference between gender and sex? Thank you so much for that giant. Offered $100 if you debate not Professor Dave, although it wasn't a formal debate. It was definitely worth half now. Thank you so much. The rest, if he agrees to debate, I don't think he will. No, I don't think so. Well, that's why he wrote debate in his video. He wrote debate in his video. That wasn't a debate. That's not a debate. Not even close. Yep. Oh, thank you so much, Guts at Giving. Okay, cool. So if female is different than woman, Guts at Giving, let's see if you can give a straight answer for this. If sex and gender are different, then female is different than woman. If female is different than woman, Guts at Gibbon, can a female be a trans woman? Same question for you there, Forrest. If you agree with Gutsick Gibbon that a female is not the same as a woman, okay, if you agree with that premise, can a female be a trans woman? Well, you better answer. If a female is not the same as a woman, can a female be a trans woman? Booty dee bop 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 bop. Wait, where'd you guys go? You guys typing along, trying to obfuscate with some long. Well, it's really, you know what they're going to say? Well, it's nuanced than that. The fact that you don't think it's more nuanced than that, that's what we're going to get. The fact that you don't think it's more nuanced than that, and that could be answered in a simple yes. The fact that you think that that can be answered in a simple yes or no question, it shows you don't understand. See, no answer from Gutsink. You lose. You lose. So she didn't answer. That's an avoidance from Gutsink. That's an L for Gutsink. L's in the chat for Gutsink. Let's wait for Forrest here. Forrest. We're back to questions he thinks are serious. What did I think? What do you guys know? What do we know? It's like the natural selection thing all over again. No. There was nothing about my questions that wasn't serious. What? You see how these guys act? And they want me to call in. You guys want me to call in, go into the lion's den when you demonstrate here that you can't engage with my questions. You don't even ask, well, depends this, it depends that. Like, what do we mean by this, right? You don't engage. You guys are pig snakes. And that's all we really need to know of you guys. You guys can't engage with basic questions. L for both of you. L's for both of you. You guys are cowards. Total dodges. It's a question that completely follows from the premises. Right? That's why you guys you can't do anything with this. And you guys are the scientific ones, right? Unbelievable. It's pathetic. Lion's Den, it's a figure of speech, Gutsick. Are you one of those people who doesn't fully get, like, figures of speech, comedy? Nothing against you. It's just some people don't get it. Now, the Lion's Den is simply a figure of speech where you're in a position that's not neutral. That's all that means. But you guys can't answer basic questions. So why would I go into the Lion's Den with two people against me when both of them, not only one of them, at least Forrest didn't admit this, but you did, admitted you were here making clips from these interactions. So you're not interested in an engagement. You were here for clips. Further, I ask you very basic questions based on your own philosophy. You argue for gender versus sex. When I ask you a very basic question, you guys break down and you disengage. Why would I engage with people on their platform if you demonstrated you can't even engage with them with you? Basic things, very basic things. Simple questions, basic. My dear Bromo, we are rolling out the red carpet, much larger platform to answer. No, if you can't answer basic questions in the chat, you're not going to do it on a stream. Okay? This tests your faith. This tests your authenticity. Easy. It was an easy question. And you called it ridiculous. That's you dodging. You're liars. You're liars. You dodged it. Okay? Admit it. You both dodged it. Why I chickened out? I never chickened out. You by your own logic, Gutsick, you chickened out from a debate too. I didn't say that. It's fine. People say no. Everyone who says no to me, I don't say they chickened out. Some people don't debate. It's just a reality. Notice how I didn't do that. I didn't give you a little snarky email saying, thought so, like you did. You wench. You did. You said that to me. Thought so. What do you mean? I asked you first, would you like to debate? You said no. You said no to the formal engagement. You said it. Tacos has it documented. You said no to the formal setting. You wanted this other set of circumstances. I said no to that. And then you're like, I'm clip farming so I can propose to my audience and do framework, which is also good faith. No, that's not good faith either. You're a nasty, nasty little bird. You're a nasty little gibbon. Nasty little gibbon. Wait a minute. The same people who are going to teach us about evolution can't explain to me what a woman or man is? Yeah, that's right. They also think that that sodomy is sex. Well, that doesn't work in evolution. Well, it's sex. Now that we have luxury in cities, it's sex. But from the evolutionary view, I can't actually say it's sex. But now that we got stuff, it is. Trust me, bro. I can make you laugh. Well, at least any way I make you laugh is good. Okay, Erica? What does purple sound like? Yeah, that's incoherent. That's not the same question as whether or not a female can be a trans woman. So that's a malformed question. I can tell you why. Because purple deals with frequency of light, right? And sound hits your ear. Light hits your eye, sound, that's a category error. My question to you isn't a category error, though. See the problem? I do philosophy, you don't. This is why what you just said, you thought when you typed that was going to be good? Because you say this on your stupid show? You say this, I've heard you say this stupid thing on your stupid show. What does purple sound like? No, that's a category error. Two different mediums. If you think a female can be a woman because a woman is different than a female, then why can't a female be a trans woman? Tell me why. It's embarrassing, man. This is embarrassing. Terrible. Yeah, it's not. You guys aren't serious people, right? Totally not analogous to the question. It's really simple. It's really simple premises, right? Yes. Yeah, they just changed their I even had a bigger platform than MBB, a massive platform interested. Massive. But it was Gutsick who denied the strict evolution as the topic. Strict evolution. Is evolution true or whatever variation of it? Defensive evolution. She rejected that. She wanted to make it a bigger thing.
They are just trying to make a power move, but that presupposes a purpose, something they won't debate.
Yeah, it's a purpose. Nitty says, you're going to notice that it's imports of teleology. And I'm not talking about high meaning, poetic meaning of the universe. We're talking about purpose just even at the local level, that things exist for a purpose, to do something, that they do something, and that thing is a purpose itself. To deny that is something you don't get past the hurdle. Yes, that's exactly it, Nitty. That's the argument. That's one of the arguments. Because once you establish, like I did with Dave, who's not a professor, that he denies that the brain itself has the purpose to think, well, there goes your epistemology, first of all. But beyond that, if the heart doesn't have the purpose to do what it does, and the liver doesn't actually have the purpose, it's not there for the purpose to do what it does, then everything that you have in the body is accidentally produced. And it accidentally does high-level function things that are ostensibly purposeful, but they're accidentally purposeful. We have an accidental system of senses that accidentally develop a meaningful transposition to our brain. An accidental olfactory system that helps translate what things mean out in the world. Meaning, accidental. Information, understanding information, accidental. The processor, that's like if we're akin to like a processor, like a computer processor, it's an accidental, effective processor, accidental. So that's what you have to believe. That's exactly what you have to believe. You have to believe that even Nitty can steal man, one of our good atheists. He can steal man. Good faith, Nitty. Always rely on Nitty, be good faith. Colossus, good faith. Some people over at Breakfast Tacos, good faith. Maybe.
Art runes a new species.
I don't know,
I've
maybe.
been looking for new recipes. Times to fire up the Pope barbecue.
Oh, man. Vagine. The chat with Dave revealed a lot. Yes, you already made up your mind, Gutsick. You're revealing so much about yourself, you don't even know. If it revealed so much, why are you here? What are you talking about, lady? If you looked at that chat with Dave with me asking very basic questions, right? You should watch it again, because I produced so many inconsistencies that you didn't see in real time. So many. For instance, one is the argument that a penis, in this case was the topic, develops over a long period of time through random mutation. And they laugh at me and they go, "You're thinking that it's just developing out of nowhere. This is absurd." And I go, "No, I'm not." I asked for an example. He goes to the embryo, and then he goes to the web foot, which is a spontaneous example, something that happens in the here now. The thing that he's laughing at, from my perspective, he thought was, from my perspective, that the penis just is like, suddenly have a penis out of nowhere. No. It's a fair question to ask, you freaks. How does random mutation produce appendages that are functional, hyperfunctional, 100% functional toward tasks, randomly through random mutation? How does it produce it mechanically? How does that happen? You say random mutation. Yeah. Random mutation is one of the mechanisms. Even all four mechanisms. You have to explain how any of those mechanisms, chronologically, like an assembly line in a factory, how does it produce it? How does it make highly specialized functional mechanisms? How does it do it? Just saying the mechanisms doesn't tell me how it does it. You guys don't want to deal with this. And then you laugh. You go, "Oh, I'm going to debate someone who doesn't affirm that these things happen." Yeah, that's called a debate. That's your claim. Oh, I'm gonna debate someone on evolution, and where they don't even grant me the thing that I'm arguing for exists and happens. Yeah, no shit. Thank you so much for that non-mutated $5. She's bad faith, you know. She's one of the worst, actually. She admits her bad faith and then tries to convince 100, you know, how many hundreds of people that she's not bad faith when she already admitted what she's doing. Anyway, not grant them, know what they are. I know what they are. I'm asking you, how do you utilize those as mechanisms and explain how things are built? Things are built, right? Accidentally, right? Are things built accidentally? Yes or no? Are they? Do you think listing these things, genetic drift, natural selection, mutation, any of this stuff, do you think listing what these things are gives you an explanation of how things are built in a factory-like system? Without purpose, without any purpose or direction. Accidentally, you say the 4 mechanisms of evolution produce highly functional, task-oriented machines. That's what you're saying, dude, lady. Bad faith is when I'm farming clips to explain why you're not on a show tomorrow. Yeah, that's bad faith. That is bad faith, actually. The fact that you don't even see that as bad faith, it really is actually alarming. That's framework. That's framework. You're farming clips to do framework to your own audience. Why I simply say I don't want to call in. I want to debate. The reason is I want to debate. That's the reason. You don't need clips. I already told you why. That's bad faith. You know why it's bad faith? Because you're taking something that someone's clearly saying to you and you're clip farming to then do framework to announce to your audience some other way of looking at it. You're disgusting. You really are. You're a disgusting human. This was just a desperate attempt to save face after making her safe look ridiculous. Opposite effect. It's making them look really absurd. They're in my chat right now. They're still here. Again, another genetic fallacy. These are Kent Hovind level questions, dude. I'm still offering you. Yeah, you don't have anything. You got nothing, dude. You got nothing. You got nothing. Genetic fallacies all the way down. They're in my chat crying and coping. Yeah, they're right here. Yeah, nine messages, 0 answers to simple questions. Yep. Silly. This stream is the first I've ever heard you aren't coming, hence... What do you mean? First of all, I wrote you an email back, and apparently it went to... let me see where it went to. You have an automated response, by the way, Gutsick, on your thing. I responded to your emails. You guys emailed me while I was midstream, and you're like, come to this stream. And I'm like, when? You didn't give a date? You didn't give a damn date or anything. Come to my stream. I saw it after I was streaming, and I replied to it after I was streaming. I asked, where any of this stuff is happening? What? You didn't prepare me for anything. You didn't say when. You didn't say a date. I had to ask you these things. I already told you. I'm going to lie to my audience that Jim Bob no-showed to an appointment that was never set up. Yeah, seriously. I never said anything. You just claimed I have no answers while reading a comment where I offered to provide answers. Yeah. No. I didn't say... It occurs to me that you're not providing answers. So, you're not providing answers. I asked you a simple question. You're not providing answers right now. So, that's just reality. You're not answering anything. You didn't even answer a basic question. Can a female biological female, be a trans woman. It's a simple testing ground for how honest you guys are. Did I respond via email whether you're coming, or did you first... wait, what did you say? What did I say? My email response? Hold on. Let me see. You guys sent me an email, a group email. Come debate. That's not a debate. Okay? First of all, come debate to a non-formal debate. That's what you said. Come debate. Okay, I responded, hey there, thanks for reaching out. I was streaming and someone mentioned an email. I don't actually see a date or time. Are you saying this? I don't know. You said you set it up for Friday. Yeah. I already told you. I told you before. That's not a debate. Formal debate. If you guys can defend evolution in a formal debate, great. If not, I'm not going to your stupid show. Your show sucks. It's the most boring shit I've ever seen. How many thousands of followers you guys have? It's like a basic live stream with 30,000 subs has more people in the chat than you guys. It's pathetic. You guys are in a cult. Your chat is awful. Cult chat. Terrible. I'm still waiting on whether or not a female can be a trans woman. I don't know why it's so hard. Broseph of... If we had no answers for you and your questions, invite you on a platform. I already said no. Are you some sort of like essayer? Why are you still here? I already told you my terms. Debate evolution in a formal setting. Why is that so hard for you? Why are you afraid of that? Why are you so afraid to debate evolution specifically in a formal setting? Why? Well, I really want you to call in so me and Erica could be really pretend nice to you. Answer me. Answer me. Can a female be a trans woman? No means no, you perverts. Yeah, but I'm really outside still. I think it's a yes. I think, will you come over? Can you come over? Come on, come over. Please come over. I think you'll really enjoy yourself. I'll be nice. I promise I'll be gentle. You're creep. You got that creepy vibe, dude. You got that vibe of like men tell their daughters to stay away from the guy with the weird coif hair. Josiah, I am intrigued that the Evos stay here. I would never go hang out in their chat, perhaps. Certainly not harass them after they've given you their conditions. That's weird. It's like, are you guys adults? I literally gave you the conditions. Formal debate. You affirm evolution. You affirm evolution. You defend it against little 7th grade brain Jim Bob, right? No, come over to our house. Come over to my van. Come over to the Lines weird dark van outside. You see, I stand outside. Jim Bob, please, please consider it. Please. They're here because they're desperate for something. They want something. They want it their way. They're pushy. They're pushy. Creepers. They're like the creepy people in the van who have ice cream. I promise I'm nice. No, they're after something. Harassment. It's colloquial. Are you autistic? Jeez. You gotta like... How do you go to a movie, Gutsick? Do you have to like elbow your friend and be like, was that funny? Tell me how it was funny. Did they mean it exactly that way or not? Can you tell me? Can you tell me? Hey, friends? How is he using language right now? Can you guys tell me the way in which he's using language right now? Jeez. Sheesh. Sheesh, Erica. Sheesh. I already told you, I'm farming clips to explain. Hey, I know. You're bad faith. Instead of just telling you. Here's the reason I'm not coming. Make sure this is in the clip. I want a formal debate. Make sure that you got that in the clips, okay? Now, if you miss that in the clips, we're going to know you're really dishonest. I want a formal debate. Formal debate. Platform. Crucible. MDD. Maybe, I mean, honestly, I would like a bigger platform than tacos for something like this. I'd do it, but it's like, if you can find a bigger one, honestly, please stop picking on the autists. This is, I mean, is this damage control or I don't know. Anyway, it's fun. I gotta go. I'm going somewhere fun with my family, so it's time. All right. But I'm glad they're here. But I wish it was like, I wish you guys would just be like, hey, we affirm evolution. We affirm these things on our shows daily. It's time to debate formally. Why? I don't understand. Why can't you just debate formally? Can you guys just answer me maybe that at least? Can you give me that one? Roger that, using this precise stamp. Okay, cool. Now, I'll make sure to tell your audience, because they might be interested, why you refuse to do a formal debate. Anybody? Anybody? Real talk, this has been fun, but your mods are saying I have to give you money to keep... No, you don't. You don't. I'll still look at your comments. But, Valkai, before you go, can you just give a brief answer to why you wouldn't do a formal debate on a neutral platform that's not mine or yours? Can you tell me the answer to that question? Because I have an answer of why I won't go on your setup in this under the circumstances. But you should at least, you don't have to, but you should at least tell me in the face of an invitation, why would you not agree to a formal debate about evolution? Anybody? Why? Why not formally? Why not formal? I have a feeling I'm not going to get a authentic answer to that question. 2 more chats, 1 minute. Let's finish this off with a finished goal, shall we? 1 minute left, 2 chats to go, y'all. Support your favorite 7th grade mind streamer. They want the mute button? Yeah, they want total control. They can't defend their worldview without total control. Exactly. Notice how easy I give up total control. Yeah. Let's do a moderate debate. Thank you so much, you guys, for reaching the goals. Did he answer? Did he answer why? Anybody? Did Forrest leave without answering this basic question? Why would you not debate something that you affirm so strongly, that you're so confident in defending? Why would you not debate it? It's because it's simply not the way I prefer to have these kinds of discussions. I find they're often unproductive, and I don't have time for that sort of thing in my schedule. That's weird, because if you look at the difference between online panels with no moderation and organized debates with moderation, the moderated debates are way more productive and because of their structure than just call-ins. That is a cope and a half. Holy crap, man. What a cope and a half. That is like the weakest shit I've ever seen in my life. It's so pathetic. All right. Well, with that said, you got the answer. At least he answered. Because he thinks debates in a formal setting with a moderator, unbiased channel, focused prompts are unproductive. But he finds doing a talk show where people call in and he rails against them to be productive. Okay. What a cope. Cope-tastic. All right. Well, you heard it here first. It'll be interesting to see them do their little production, whatever they do. They're going to do some... They're basically going to do journalism. And that's kind of what they are, in fact. They are journalists. Pseudoscientists and journalists. Weaker than refusing a conversation? No, it's just I have standards. It's easy. I have a bunch of prompts, Valkai. Like evolution doesn't make its way through the scientific method. That's another prompt. You can affirm that. It's weak. Yeah, it's weaker than refusing a conversation. Yeah, it is. You already admitted you're here bad faith. Why would I look, Forrest? Are you really this much of a dipshit? You guys admitted off the cuff in the chat that you were farming clips to generate a narrative of why I'm not going to call in. When I'm telling you straight up why I'm not. I want a formal debate. That's bad faith. You admitted it. Now I have a better reason for refusing to go on your show because you've admitted your bad faith. It's amazing. Like, yeah, but, I mean, we did admit that we are clip farming so that we can present framework to our own audience and make you look like you're running from something, even though the fact is you're the one who's arguing we should do a formal debate in a formal setting, unbiased channel. You guys are scum. Scum of the earth, really. Truly. Just framing. That's why you don't want an independent channel, because you can't frame. But the thing is, I can't frame either, so it's fair. You little goblins. You little disgusting goblins. I'm willing to bet real, actual money to charity, of course, because I'm so benevolent, that you don't know how the scientific method works. Well, let's do a formal debate about it then. If you're willing to bet, then you'd be willing to figure out whether or not you won if you debate me on whether or not evolution makes its way through the scientific method. Notice how you make bets, right? But you won't actually fulfill. You'll make a bet, but you won't do the debate. Dude, you're such a pussy, dude. Total coward. Total coward. For charity, of course. Yeah, doesn't it? Doesn't it sound like a debate topic? Does evolution make its way through the scientific method? I bet you don't even know what it is. Cool, let's find out. No, I won't find out. I will not. I will not do that. I will bet, but I won't find out. Get out of here, dude. Get out of here, you wicked scoundrel. All right, well, I think we had enough fun today. Let's move along. Move along. Just got to move on. I'll debate if I have a mute button. For charity, of course. I'm so righteous. All right. Off you go. Off you go. Empty promises indeed, yeah. Gosh, he must let a lot of women down. Women? Forrest? I'm not sure, actually. Women? All right, let's do this. Goodbye, all you people. I'm leaving you today. Look, they have the line on right now. Trans rights. Dude, I'll debate you on rights even. Forrest? not only I'll debate you on whether or not trans is a made-up thing or not, but rights themselves. You wish me well. Thank you. I wish you well too. Rights themselves, you guys talk about rights. That's a great topic for atheists. Rights would, dude, I never even understood how you guys came around to this. You guys should actually deny that rights exist. You should hold that rights are as fictional as angels. Truly. The publicity bandwagon, I guess I'm their new target. Well, hello people. Come at me, yo. Make sure you offer an invitation to do a debate publicly with a moderator. All right, off you go. I don't even know where. There's no one here. Remnant? Upcoming? All right. To Remnant. All right. That's it for me. Jason, thank you so much. Jason, late. Chat's already... the goal's already met, but thank you so much, Jason. Notice how many times he said he was about to leave and then he stuck around. That's why you can tell he's being manipulative. I don't know. Maybe. I think they already admitted to manipulation, but that's fine. I expect that from them. And now you guys know firsthand, right? She admitted she's farming so that she can present framework. Okay? Wait, who's going live? Trying? Okay, hello. Come on, Glistener. Come on, Glistener. Get it together. Let's go. I got to go to a fun slide park with my family. Come on. Come on, Tony. Get it going, buddy. Let's go. Come on. Yes, come on, Tony. Tony. Just hurry up. Just hurry up. I don't think he's being manipulative. I think she is. Maybe Forrest not so much. She is definitely. She's a little, yeah, definitely. Come on, Tony. Come on, Tony. Tony. Come on, Tony. Good job, Tony. Good job, Stream Elements. Tony. 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 Rachel. Tony. 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 Rachel. Tony. Tony. All right, come on, dude. My family's waiting. Sitting here waiting. I gotta wait. Wait for Alaska to start its day. Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely pray for me. I do believe there's aspects to these people that are demonically informed. Come on, Tony. Let's go. I'm waiting for my family's waiting for me. I'm waiting forever, Tony, for foreveroni. I'm waiting forever for you to start your stream. The kids are not happy. We're waiting for so long. Sorry, kids. It's because Daddy's famous now. Okay? Tell them that. They'll understand. Right? Rachel? All right, well, you guys... Hello, listener, you should have been streaming this whole time, dude. There's no excuse for this. No excuse. We want excellence. We want you already at the gym. I don't want to say, hey, let's go to the gym. I want to show up to the gym and hello, listeners there doing push-ups for $10 a piece. Why is Tony so unprepared? Why is Tony so unprepared? Why is he so unprepared? And why can't I find him? Why can I not find hello listener Tony? Probably because he puts everything on. Come on. Is it one word or what? There you are. Jeesh. Sheesh. Oh, sheesh. Lord almighty. All right. That's it. Finally, we can go. All right. Much love to you all. And anytime you maggots over there from The Line or any of you atheist cringe call-in shows want to debate me, just agree to a formal setting. It's not that hard. Freaks.